that we are concerned about the environment. And this year is somehow very special that we are celebrating this World Environment Day in a different way, in a different kind of environment, different kind of scenario which we are all facing. Normally, we have been planting trees, we have been having seminars, conferences with large participation. But this year is that most of the people world over are locked down in their houses or confined in the cabins in their offices if they have started working from. But the world's way of life is going to change, and he said that in a way, this has been a positive for the environment side. But from health point of view, this has been a big disaster world over, as we all know. So many millions of people are suffering, and thousands of people have died. So it's a very, very pitiable condition. Whether it is man-made or nature is teaching us a lesson, I don't know. So let me, start with a topic which I thought would be very appropriate. But before that, let me compliment IIP for thinking about organizing this conference on the energy future. And when Dr. Anjan told me about this topic, I thought I'll speak on energy transition in the post-COVID-19 era. We have all been talking about transition to renewable energy, to electric vehicles, to biofuels, to hydrogen, etc. But I thought that what is going to happen, I've been seriously thinking in this post-COVID-19 era, whether this will be impacted, there will be positives, there will be negatives. So I thought, let me share some thoughts on this topic. And if I request the organizers to put the slides, on this topic, which I have prepared to share with you. So this, maybe we can move to the next slide. This, can we move to the next slide, please? Someone can help me from IIP to do that? Hello.
Can you see the slide now?
Yeah, I can see.
But you are moving PowerPoint,
can
not
you
the
move
show.
to the second slide, please?
You are currently showing PowerPoint. You're not showing the PowerPoint show. Please, please activate the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Jain, इससे पहले वाला slide. Before this, there was a graph. Yeah.
This one?
Yes,
yeah.
This one. Yeah, this actually, if you see this particular slide, which I thought appropriate to show here, that if you look at the global average temperatures have not been rising till 1970, 75, they were stable. Now, if you look at that as a baseline, 1970, 75, I think in the last 50 years or so, 45, 50 years, you can see that the average global temperature has been rising very, very steeply. It is like the corona graph, if you put it that way, that this has also been a spike, big spike in the global temperature, which has happened. Now you can go to Mr. Jain, to the next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Jain sir, you just go down on the main thing. Don't use the slideshow because you're actually in a different section. Yeah, thanks. Just
It's still in the slideshow में नहीं गए ना अभी?
नहीं, slideshow में नहीं गए. इसी से कर लेते हैं. Let us go.
Okay. So now, if you look at this particular slide, this is showing you that what has happened that during 1975 to 2000, second bullet, if you look at the 0.6 degree temperature rise has happened. Now, whether all this from 75 onward to 2000, and then from further, we have now gone up to 1 degree centigrade if you look at 1970-75 as the base year. So all this is perhaps because of the excessive growth in the fossil fuel use, which has led to greenhouse gases, heat-trapping gases in atmosphere, carbon dioxide, all of us know, methane has also been contributing, nitrogen oxide and halocarbons, etc. So all this has led to a very, very alarming kind of situation of global warming, which is linked to climate change. And if we continue to, use the energy the way we have been using, the temperature could rise by 2 to 3 degrees, and that would be very, very, critical situation for the survival of the people on this earth. So, if we can go to the next slide, you will see that that earlier we were thinking that below 2 degrees we should keep to be safe on this planet. But now most of the people, next slide please, Mr. Jan. I don't know, is it taking time for, it would have been much better if I had the control. Can you go to the next slide please?
Mr. Jain, you're still on. You need to come back to the main show. Yes, thank you.
ये उसमें किसी में गड़बड़ हो रहा है क्या?
Uh,
Yeah. This is the slide. Where you can see that now people have been thinking that 1.5 degrees centigrade as temperature rise could perhaps be a safer limit. And this will require the carbon emissions by at least 49% of 2017 levels by 2030, and then the carbon neutrality by 2050. So this is a great challenge for the people, that it is for all of us to do that. And how do we do it? Or we all know the reasons for this rise. We know how to combat it, and that is where people have been talking about energy transition, less use of fossil fuels, plantation of more trees, etc., etc. But it is really a big challenge. And if we don't do it, we see a big problem of not only planet health but also to the health of the people. Next slide shows that the impact would be significant on the rise of sea levels, glaciers melting, increased frequency of hurricanes, cyclones. We have been seeing, we had two cyclones in India in recent last 10 days or so, one on the east coast, one on the west coast. And all this, is perhaps a sign of climate change impact, which has already started happening. And the temperature rise will also, in due course of time, impact the crop patterns, and there's a nutrition value of the food also can be impacted, because and many of the species would disappear. And then this hot climate is also likely to increase certain infections, diseases like malaria, dengue fever, and foodborne infections, etc., etc. Now, I was just wondering whether this COVID-19 is a fallout of this climate change. We don't know, because it is perhaps, or maybe the nature has given a wake-up call that look, you people are using this planet's resources on energy in a very exorbitant manner, and you need to check. Maybe nature has given us a call, and then when you see the next slide, the nature has shown us that some of the places. Next slide, please, which shows the how the cities have got cleaned up. I've just picked up two of the pictures. One which is showing some Italian, that before this COVID-19, how the scenario, the air looked like, and how in Milan now it is looking like. And not only in Italy, if you look at Indian scenario, and if you Google, you will find so many pictures of different places, showing these days. Next picture shows India Gate, before COVID and now. For the first time, I can also see from my balcony when I stand in the night, I can see clear sky with stars, which we used to see when we were young, when we were children. But now, otherwise, you just cannot see these stars in the sky in the night. But these days, at least, you can see a few more of light at the ground level. But still, you can see some of the stars. This is now you can see far off places while standing in the balcony, which was not possible. So clear skies, clean rivers, and fresh air. Now people have felt that we have tasted this. So I think now people will be looking for, and there will be an increased demand for clean energy, and the temperature rise in 2020 is likely to be very low. So that is how this is going to give a push, in my view, to the energy transition. And in next slide gives you the impact of COVID-19 on global carbon emissions. In the wake, people are saying 5 to 10% decline will be there in the carbon emissions during this year, which is the largest drop since World War II. And according to the UN's international panel, the world would require 5% reduction of global net emissions every year to reach 1.5 degree goal by 2050. This is what to prevent the climate crisis will require fundamental economic transformation and way of life. And we have now learned that if we operate in a different way. We don't travel for conferences, seminars, and meetings, and we can all do on webinars. We can do business while sitting at home and transacting with through net banking and so on and so forth. So, if we change the way of life, possibly there is a hope that we can reduce and check the global warming. So, but also the change in the energy sources would also be another very, very significant impact. The COVID-19 has led to lockdowns impacting, the oil consumption. Since we are from the oil sector, I thought it would be appropriate to show you that the oil consumption world over has gone down. It has two-thirds of oil's consumption world over has gone down, and during the entire year. Next slide shows you that various agencies are predicting that the oil demand in 2020 is going to be by 10 to 15% lower. Some are predicting even higher. Some are predicting IEA is predicting around 20% reduction in the oil demand in the International Energy Agency in this year 2020 whole year, because life is not going to become normal in soon. Some people say it would be V-shaped recovery. Some say it would be W. Some say L-shaped, or some say U-shaped. We don't know, because there's so much of uncertainty around. But average, the reduction in the oil consumption in this year would be 10 to 20%. So this is going to impact the energy industry in a big way. Next slide shows how the oil industry would be looking at what they would be doing. They will not have capex. They are already short of cash. Most of the companies world over, oil companies, so they will have to reduce capex spending, which will impact their future business opportunities. Also, the opex, wherever possible, they will cut and redefine supply chains, employee engagement, transform the workflows. But there would be increase in digitalization, and also there would be, they will be looking at energy transition. Uh, Digitalization would be way of life, but energy transition would certainly be a serious thing which they will look at. And when I try to look at what are the positives, what are the negatives in this time, so positives are, as we have seen, we are going to see the largest decline in CO2 emissions, and we are looking and feeling the fresh and clean air around us. The environmentalists will give additional push towards renewable energy, electric vehicles, hydrogen fuel cells, etc. The companies and investors will shift focus away from oil and gas. People will think that this is not worth investing, so more investments will come in only renewable energy. These are the positive side for energy transition. Negative side, right now the reduced viability will be there because of the low oil and gas prices. People will feel, oh, oil and gas is so low, so let us continue to use that. The unavailability of the development funding for green projects where government need to support, or some funding has to be pumped in, that would be in short supply for some time at least. The supply disruption of the components for clean energy projects and prioritization of public funds will have to be used more for healthcare, etc. So governments will be constrained to provide subsidies. So these are some of the negatives. But on the whole, when we look at the International Energy Agency has said that the clean energy investments may fall by about 20% in the short run. But if there are right government energy policies which are critical for quick rebound, they must be there, because this will help create jobs. It will help boost economy, prepare for much cleaner, resilient, and modern energy sector. So I think the governments will look at the long-term prospect. Like in Indian government has been giving a big push on renewable energy, and I don't see that the renewable energy projects are suffering here. The recovery packages, IEA feels, should include investments not in electricity alone, but also in hydrogen, carbon capture, and storage. So these are some of the things which will help in long-term environment improvement. So next slide will show you that how the oil company bosses have started thinking in post-COVID. Where I looked at some of the statements of, if you Google, you will find out that BP boss, the British Petroleum boss, has feel that the pandemic will change consumer habits as they get used to looking up clear skies, which I also showed you. The Shell boss has said that oil demand may never recover with transition. Net zero key to future investability. So the big oil companies like BP, Shell, Total, ENI, all are going to reduce hydrocarbon spending. While their energy transition plans are on track, they are not cutting down on that. And many of the companies feel that in this type of crisis, the oil prices have gone down, the revenues have gone down, but the whatever investments they had made in renewable energy, it is resilient, and oil prices have turned negative. But the renewable energy is whatever they have spending on that or they have spent, they are getting returns. So if you look at Indian scenario, the renewable will continue to grow. Oil companies will have to review their refinery expansion plans, which they were planning earlier. Now with this demand shock, which disruption in demand which has happened, oil companies are already reviewing their refinery expansion plans. More focus will be on biofuels, city gas. This CGD, and because more of gas will also reduce the Government of India already wants more gas to be there. Then LNG, then the CBG, EVs, and now on hydrogen also there is a lot of focus. So all this will happen. Indian Oil is betting on hydrogen for reliant future mobility. This has come very recently in media, and Adani. Mr. Adani has said that COVID-19 is an opportunity for faster energy transition. He believes that hydrogen production by use of renewables to split water could be a game changer. So the Indian CEOs also are not, or Indian oil companies are not looking differently from the world. And the renewable energy will play an important role in future, on which the Indian government has already been focusing upon. But I think this conference also is addressing the energy efficiency issue. This is very important, that we not only have to look at renewable energy, we have to look at energy efficiency, which can also reduce carbon emissions, which can clean up airs. We can use biofuels, which also are environment friendly. We need to develop energy storage systems if we have to give a boost to renewable energy. Hybrid electric technology. I am personally a strong believer that when you look at electric vehicles, there are so many issues which I will show you a slide. But hybrid vehicle technology or hybrid electric vehicle technology is much better than EVs. So the government need to give push to that. The hydrogen production, storage, dispensing, fuel cells. I think that has to be now looked at seriously. So and companies are looking at that. Next, please. Next slide. Now, this shows you the technical efficiency improvements play a significant role in reducing emissions. Now, if you look at this slide, it will show you how the energy transition has, just a minute. This slide is showing you very small figures here. The global technical efficiency improvements have delivered significant benefits for the climate, and the technical efficiency gains. This slide shows you from 2015 to 18 avoided cumulative emissions of about 3.5 billion tons of additional CO2, larger than the cumulative energy-related emissions of Japan over the same period. So, energy efficiency, technical efficiency improvements not only reduce the cost for the companies, but it also reduces the emissions. Next slide also shows you that this leads to major savings in oil and gas imports in the technical efficiency. This shows in how in 2018 companies saved on the avoided the oil and gas imports in a big way. And according to an IEA analysis, India imported around 8% less crude oil and 11% less natural gas in 2018 due to the technical efficiency gain in various sectors. So this is one area which is very important for preventing the increase in global, emissions. So besides energy transition, I think energy efficiency is also a very important component. Next slide shows you the biofuel production in major countries and what we need. Currently, we don't have much of biofuels. I'm happy that IIP has done some great work on biojet fuels, etc. But if you look at the overall production of biofuels, which is required to meet the sustainability development goals, it is minuscule. Left side of the slide shows you what we are currently producing and what the forecast is for 2019 to 2014. But if we have to meet the sustainable development targets, the biofuel production needs to go up significantly in different countries. So we are falling short of the target. As we move forward, I'm going to show you some of the issues with electric vehicles, which is good for cleaning up the cities. But I personally feel that if you continue to use coal-based power, and use that electricity in your electric vehicles, you are just shifting the carbon emissions from the consumption to generation centers. And you also need battery technology. Dependence on lithium and cobalt will be there, which will have to be imported in place of oil and gas. That is another aspect of economy. The end of disposal toxicity, particularly in batteries, is an issue. Charging infrastructure will have to be built up. Mode of electricity generation needs to be very seriously thought about. But opportunities for hydrogen for energy storage can also be explored if we have renewable in the power generation, and if we have renewable power, it can be used for various other things also, not necessarily for electric vehicles. So I think we need to have some balanced approach or balanced thought of this. Next slide shows the hybrid vehicles, which I feel is a better approach than electric vehicles, because you don't need charging infrastructure. You even have IC engine plus a small battery, and then these are more fuel efficient and cut on fuel consumption. Now Toyota Prius is able to go 66% further than Corolla. That's what Toyota says. Honda Civic Hybrid has a fuel economy rating of 18.71 as compared to Honda Civic, which has a rating of 13.6. So you can see that you can significantly and eventually you can move from this hybrid technology to hydrogen hybrid vehicles when the hydrogen availability becomes more easy and more common, and you can replace the fossil fuels further. So the next slide goes on to the hydrogen and fuel cells, which is a subject of very dear to me. I have been propagating the use of hydrogen economy, and as we move forward, because this hydrogen is the only it has no carbon, and if you but how do you produce hydrogen? That is a different aspect. You can produce it from fossil fuels, coal, through gasification, natural gas, and heavy crudes. We have been doing it. We are the refineries are the largest producers and consumers of hydrogen. We know how to use it. But now, if we continue to produce it from fossil fuels, I think the challenge would be that we need to have sequestration of the carbon. If we have to have absolutely carbon-free world, but till such time we do that, if we use it in fuel cells, which are much more efficient than internal combustion engines, then the overall energy consumption will go down, which will further reduce, which will help only reduce the carbon emissions. So, if you produce hydrogen from renewable sources like biomass, gasification, solar, wind, geothermal, or photo electrochemical, or water splitting, or there are maybe some biotechnology further developments happen, uh, this is going to be, as Mr. Adani also said, this is a game changer. So, next slide is I use that word which Mr. Adani has said, that it could be a game changer. And can be produced in locally in refineries. Our energy sector can easily have a transition from producing and selling liquid fuels to produce and sell hydrogen. And if you are producing it in refineries, you can convert that. There are technologies available, for converting that carbon to chemicals, which are being researched. Already some of the carbon is being converted to biofuels. The Indian Oil has been working very aggressively with LanzaTech to convert that to ethanol. So these kind of technologies can further be possibly used and developed, and then we can produce hydrogen and sell it. And they are being explored globally. And the cost of I was very interesting phenomena which I want to show you here is the cost of ownership of hydrogen vehicle. My friends in Indian Oil, my old colleagues, I have worked out that if you look at the total cost of ownership of hydrogen vehicle, it is nearly the same as diesel powered vehicles when equated on comparable volumes. Because right now the cost of fuel cell is a little higher, but once the volumes increase, it will come down. And since it is much more fuel efficient, the cost of ownership, in spite of hydrogen being expensive, will be will be better. And considering the overall well-to-wheel cycle, hydrogen fuel cell-based mobility works out to be 8 to 10% more efficient than battery electric mobility if electricity is used for charging the batteries from coal-based grid. So I think, whatever way, whether you produce hydrogen from fossil fuels or you have it from renewables, it is better than much better if used in fuel cell vehicles rather than used in electric vehicles. So I thought this is one aspect which I thought I must bring out, because many of the people feel that electric vehicles is the only way out, looks like. But hydrogen is certainly, Japan is not looking at electric vehicles, they're looking at hydrogen. So and we can use always the existing natural gas pipeline network. You can produce hydrogen locally at different locations and then supply it to the nearest points for distributed energy generation, which would be much more efficient or use of energy. To sum up my presentation, I will just like to say that COVID-19 pandemic has brought focus on climate change and global warming. The pandemic will change consumer habits as people get used to looking up at clear skies. There may be temporary setback for clean energy investments, and it may eventually, but should turn into an opportunity for faster energy transition, because people would give a big push for it. The focus during energy transition, besides renewable energy, should be on increasing efficiency. Whatever fuel we are using during this transition period, use of biofuels, development of energy storage systems, hybrid technology, along with EVs, or maybe referred to that, and hydrogen production and fuel cells. So thank you very much. The last slide, I just said that we researchers at various institutes need to innovate for energy transition. And since the global warming has been happening at a very fast pace, we need to work at wartime speed. And this COVID war we have been fighting, so now we have to further to this. We have to fight the war for development of new energy systems for cleaner and greener future. So thank you for giving me an opportunity, and it has been a pleasure to speak to all of you on this World Environment Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malhotra. As always, an inspiring talk covering a vast landscape and showing us the enormous possibilities of the future of energy in a changing world. It is my privilege now to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. T. Pradeep. Dr. Pradeep is a multidisciplinarian who has worked in the field of chemical physics during his PhD, and then did his postdoc at the University of California, Berkeley, after his initial grooming at IISc Bangalore. And since his postdoc, he has been at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, with visiting positions at Purdue, Leiden in the Netherlands, EPFL Switzerland, the Institute of Chemistry, Taiwan. We have an echo somewhere. Pohang University, South Korea, and Japan. Dr. Pradeep works in the area of molecular materials and surfaces. He has covered a very wide range of fundamental science knowledge discoveries with applied innovations. And his technologies have addressed major contaminants in water, which are the areas of concern for everyday life, as I mentioned at the start. I will not stand between Dr. Pradeep and you. I'd like to hand over to him right away for his presentation.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. It's always a pleasure to talk to students of science and technology on an important day. So my greetings to you on the World Environment Day. My greetings to Ms. Neha Sharma, Ms. Dr. Anjan Roy, Dr. R.K. Malhotra, and Srinivasan, and Shok Kumar, and a whole bunch of people there. Dr. Malhotra talked about the return of the cuckoos. The millennials are seeing blue skies for the first time in Metropolis. Obviously, they will look at environment very differently. They will certainly demand clean air and clean skies. The world will certainly be better. So I am hopeful. And COVID has produced great opportunities. The theme of the World Environment Day 2020 is Time for Nature. with a focus on its role in providing the essential infrastructure that supports life on Earth and human development. It is time to celebrate nature, its diversity. We are here on this planet as nature enabled it. This enormously complicated ecosystem and its delicate balance is evident in this COVID hit period. If you do not see that complexity and yet simplicity, there is something wrong in our education. One of our philosophers over a century ago said that nature is man's inorganic body. We simply lost that teaching, and we are revisiting that in the very recent times. There is no need to go outside to celebrate diversity and nature. The diversity is within you, in the form of organisms within you. The microbiota in our intestine must tell us about the coexistence and collectivity. And this is increasingly recognized today. We are increasingly recognizing that nature is man's inorganic body. Nature expresses complexity in very simple ways. In a poem called The Simple, a popular poet of my state, Kerala, Sri P.P. Ramachandran, said, "Nothing more than a sweet cry to say that I am here. Nothing more than a sweet cry to say that I am here. A dropped feather is all that says that I am here. The warmth of brooding nest says that I will be here." How do birds describe their lives with such brevity? Birds express themselves with such brevity. In so simple words, the feather tells everything about the history of the bird. How have we forgotten the brevity of nature? Obviously, there is so much to learn from nature. For me, life has been water. It's energy for this conference. However, both of them are the same. In a biological context, water is produced when energy is produced in animals. Water is used when energy is synthesized by plants. Very important to remember that there is no fresh water produced in this planet at atmospheric conditions. We only recycle. The whole issue is that we have somehow, in the process of our living, opened that closed cycle. Biology makes just about 29 billion tons of CO2 per year. But we, as humans alone, make some 250 billion tons of it by our action per year. It is the whole idea of a sustainable world is how to close that opened cycle. And this is green chemistry, green environment, green biology, green technology, green in civil engineering, green in everything. And I will not have time to dwell on all of those, but let me get to water. It is unbelievable how much energy is stored in chemical bonds. We store energy as rice and wheat and break that energy by breaking carbon-carbon bonds and making CO2 and water. The longer we make a carbon-carbon chain, we store more and more energy. And we break more and more of these bonds, we get more and more of this energy. That is why fats have more energy than sugar or regular sugar. Maybe we can make longer and longer chains of carbon, turn and shape them the way we want, and keep them the way we want, as RNA is curled and curled in the nucleus. Take all those chains out and make energy in a flash. We may do this systematically, as in the case of a molecular wick, which burns slowly. Well, I was saying that there is no limit to imagination and intuition of making new power sources. Let's get back to water, which I know a little bit more than this energy. And I wrote in a very recent perspective in ACS Nano about this. Not yet there. So I'm taking some content from that in these next few minutes. The crowded, expanding cities in many parts of the world are experiencing increased demand for fresh water. And planners are unclear as to how water needs of tomorrow will be met. In cities such as Bangalore, where data is the most valuable commodity, many think that a big change is likely to happen. That change may aptly be captured as water is the new data. This focus on water availability is likely to create new businesses, drive the economy, and make the world breathe better. Taking a specific case, India has just 4% of the global freshwater resource, but 18% of its population. The country, which was largely rural years ago, has en masse become urban in the past 2 decades. The urban population has risen from 28% in 2000 to 33% in 2016. It's likely to go to, it's about 36% now, I was told. With a growth rate of over 6% in gross domestic product, the most populous countries like India and China are increasing their chemical, pharmaceutical, agrochemical, automotive, petrochemical, semiconductor, and many, many other outputs, which will eventually materially enrich our ecosystem. Simultaneously, their rapidly declining water resources will be burdened by unprocessed industrial waste. The World Bank says that achieving a growth rate of 8% or above for India will be impossible. It is only possible with a robust water management system. These emerging issues, similar to those existing across the world in Brazil, for example, present a complicated suite of problems that will require technological advances, limits to usage, and collective wisdom and compassion in order to create sustainable solutions. For instance, this was already touched upon. For instance, the control over carbon emissions in developed countries is probably not the reason for globe survival, but the lack of development is less developed countries is, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Sustainable economy and technology, or economic and technological development for all, is of course needed. Although acquiring a quality of life comparable to the United States for the rest of the world would require significant advances in treating, purifying, and assessing toxicity in water. Clean water challenges are highly interdisciplinary, and solutions therefore must cut across boundaries of disciplines. Water in diverse forms is related to climate, food, health, and many other aspects of life, including its origin. The need for urgent concerted action is clear from all these observations, and even, well, in a very recent report brought out in Science, approximately 83% of freshwater species have declined in the past 50 years. Imagine, 83% of the freshwater species have declined just in the past 50 years. Water is and it will continue to become the most important interdisciplinary subjects of research. Recent advances in the field of nanoscience provide many solutions to alleviate needs for and reducing water scarcity or removing contamination. For example, in our own research, there are filters that remove pesticides from drinking water using nanochemistry. This technology has already reached 7.5 million people by 2016, when implementation data were last collected, reducing pesticide levels from 20 times than the limits to safe limits, that is below 0.5 ppb for all pesticides taken together in drinking water. In another example, a nanostructured material is able to remove arsenic from drinking water affordably at a cost of 2.1 paisa per liter. And the technology is delivering clean water to about 1 million people each day, providing hope for another 80 million people in India who are affected by this problem. The government of India has approved this technology for national implementation. Such a solution does not require electricity and is affordable, and even for those living in the poorest parts of the world. Several alternate solutions to address arsenic as well as other organic and inorganic contaminants are available globally. They're available across the world. Alternate methods of microbial disinfection, desalination, water harvesting, recycling, contaminant sensing, and monitoring are debuting in the marketplace, and many startup companies have already come. Scalability and massive implementation of new technologies is slow, but is indeed encouraging. New advanced materials for water harvesting, for example, are promising. For example, the prospects of nanotechnology for clean water have enthused many researchers. Numerous articles have been published around this theme, and books and journals are already available in the area. So what I wanted to say is that what we have been talking about, when I started this research about 20 years ago, people were telling me that this is nanotechnology for clean water is probably not the right direction to go. One should probably look at nanomaterials for, let's say, increased memory or advanced computing. But then it is possible that very mundane problem can be addressed by nanomaterials, nanotechnology, and nano-enabled solutions. So how do we build energy security for world if you were to take this a little further? In my view, it is possible only by understanding nature through a circular society. How do we consider this? Are there a few pointers? Look at one or two examples. Reverse osmosis desalination produces 76 million tons of CO2 per year. We also need 76 million tons of methanol per year. Can we convert CO2 to methanol sustainably? Can we do that with sunlight? And I'm glad that this technology has just appeared. Can we build a product, a company, a technology around it? This, of course, takes you to atom economy, carbon economy, and other sustainable circular processes. There are several examples of all of these, which I have summarized in that review. So I would like you to have a look at that. Hopefully, it will be available in the next couple of days. Because of all these reasons, we are on this conference at the right time. My suggestion to all the younger colleagues who are attending this conference is to take up one problem of relevance to this complex issue that we just talked about. But work on it till the very end. Building a technology right from scratch in our country, it can take, well, more than, I'm sure it is more than 8 years or so. Materials-based technologies, they are not like making apps. It will take years. But think about that technology, think about that idea, and take it all the way to the end. Work on it so that the technology is put in the field. And I know from my own experience that it is not only good science, but also it makes good business sense. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. Again, a very interesting and insightful talk from you, and that exhortation to our young scientists to pick one problem of relevance is something that I think should echo right across this group, where we not only have young scientists and students, but also many mentors of young scientists and students. And with that, we come to the end of our inaugural session. I would now like to hand over to Mr. Amar Kumar Jain, Chief Scientist, CSIR in Ministry of Petroleum, to take over the next session on energy efficiency and management. Before that, maybe Neha would like to say a few words. Neha?
Yeah. Thank you very much for enlightening us with your talk. We once again welcome you to this event. And now let's kickstart with the first session, energy efficiency and management. And the session chair for this will be Shri Amar Kumar Jain. So welcome the session chair to please carry forward the session. Thanks.
Thank you, Neha. So this session is on energy efficiency and management, and I'm extremely lucky and highly privileged that I'm assisting the stalwarts of the country or even international experts like Dr. Ajay Mathur, Professor Dr. David Jekyll, Dr. B.M. Hange, and then there will be two more, Dr. Ashok Kumar and Mr. Pawan Kishore. So without losing time, I think I can introduce Dr. Ajay Mathur to you. What happened?
Because of the technical errors,
Yeah.
okay. So we have our...
Dr. Ajay Mathur is online, and I believe that he is connected. You may continue, Mr. Jain. I hope you're able to speak.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I believe Dr. Ajay Mathur is online. So, yeah, he's there. He's there. So, Dr.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Thank you so much for having me here. I greatly admire this initiative of the Indian Institute of Petroleum, and I would like to spend the next few minutes looking at the kind of interventions that are possible in the area of energy efficiency and what will drive them. I hope that you can see the slide on the screen. Hello?
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay. Well, if not, I am not going to spend any more time trying to get it on. But
maybe mail it to me. Maybe you can just mail it to anjan.ray@iip.res.in. I'll put it on while you're speaking.
okay, I will do it as we are talking.
Right. I'll just put the email ID on the chat.
So Dr. Ajay Mathur is currently the Director General of TERI, the Energy and Resource Institute, and a member of the Prime Minister Council on Climate Change. He was Director General of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency in the Government of India from 2006 till February 2016, and he was responsible for bringing energy efficiency into our homes, offices, and factories through initiatives such as the Star Labeling Program for the appliances. I think you all are aware of that. And Dr. Mathur has been a key Indian climate change negotiator and was also the Indian spokesperson at the 2015 climate negotiations at Paris. So I welcome Dr. Mathur.
Thank you very much. What I will do is focus on both what we have accomplished, but more importantly, on the challenges that India has and the challenges that on how energy efficiency I see would be part of our future. As we look at the kinds of initiatives that have happened over the past, let's say 10 years or so, there are 3 or 4 things that come to mind. Mr. Jain, you had been very kind in introducing me and my background in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And one of the key things that happened in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency was the launching of programs which made great sense to users. So, for example, the change that happened because of the labeling program meant that you and I as consumers, when we went to the market, we were able to see what is it that made sense. We could choose whether we wanted air conditioner that was extremely efficient but costed a little bit more in terms of capital cost, but had lower operating cost, or we buy a 1-star air conditioner which had a lower capital cost but higher operating cost. In other words, there was a very clear value proposition that was available to the user. Now, as we moved on, it became very clear that the consumers appreciated this. I'll share with you here that when this was launched, the industry essentially told us that you are wasting your time. The Indian consumer is extremely price conscious and will not purchase a more costly air conditioner simply because it's more energy efficient. You are wasting your time, you are wasting our time. It was a battle that was fought. It was fought at the highest levels of government, and the labeling program for refrigerators, air conditioners, etc. was launched on a voluntary basis. Yet there were people in the industry who looked at energy efficiency as a unique selling product, and they advertised heavily. And within a matter of about a year and a half, 50% of the air conditioners and 2/3 of the refrigerators that were sold were labeled refrigerators, despite the fact that cheaper non-labeled products were also available in the market. To me, it put to rest the long-term view that Indians are price conscious. Indians are value conscious, like everybody else in the world. But the value needs to be conveyed to them. So whether it was the standards and labeling program or later the perform, achieve and trade program for energy intensive industry, where the focus was that industry there was a mandatory requirement for them to reduce their specific energy consumption. That means the amount of energy that came into the plant divided by the amount of products that left the plant. So say kilojoules of energy per ton of cement or gigajoules of energy per ton of steel. So they were here at one point, and 3 years later they had to be somewhat lower. Again, consultation mattered. There were a huge number of meetings in which this issue was discussed. Once industry understood that what this helped them do is become competitive, not only internally but internationally, it was a program that did not receive any, let's say, legal challenges. There were a huge amount of discussions, and the discussions went on till the last day actually, or even after the last day, but the program was accepted. Similarly, you have heard of the Ujala program, in which LED lights have been provided. The only thing that was provided was a program through which they were sold. So instead of all the money being paid in one go, money was paid in installments. Again, when this company, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, went and bought in bulk, we saw that prices kept decreasing. In the first procurement that happened in January 2014, the price of a LED bulb was about 310 rupees. I tell you, we were very happy because the market price was 500 rupees. But by the sixth procurement, something of the order of 16 months later, the price had fallen to 38 rupees. What it told us was that volume mattered. What it told us was that standardization mattered. What it told us was that quality mattered. It was not a problem of demand, now it became a problem of supply. So the first point that I'd like to leave you with is that people recognize energy efficiency because it means, one, that the outflow from their pocket is less, because it means that their profitability is higher. It means different things to different people. But people, once the value is communicated, are willing to invest in energy efficient products. And the Bureau of Energy Efficiency came out, every year it comes out with a document in which a third party has verified the savings. Last month it came out with a report of the verified energy savings for 2018-2019, which amounted to nearly 10% of the electricity consumption and approximately 4.7% of the total primary energy supply of the country. This is huge. It makes a difference. You can see the difference in the imports, whether it is the imports of coal or imports of petroleum products. You can see it in terms of the profitability of those companies which were involved in these processes, the LED companies, the air conditioning companies, the steel companies, and so on. All of these programs now have, in a sense, a life of their own. The standards keep becoming more stringent, and therefore we lead to greater energy savings. So in a sense, this is on autopilot now. But let's look at the future. Where is it that the biggest push in energy efficiency will come? We are right now, today we are celebrating the World Environment Day. We are celebrating it in a context where we are surrounded by the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic has meant that a large amount of government resources and financial institution resources are pushed towards those kinds of activities which provide relief, which provide recovery, which provide economic stimulus. So those are the areas where we will see investment occurring over the next, at least the next couple of years, if not longer. What does this mean for energy efficiency? I would suggest that there are two areas. One is the SMEs, and the other is affordable housing, where energy efficiency would be of prime importance. Why? If you look at both these areas, they are amazingly important as far as the COVID-19 pandemic is concerned. You cannot let the slums of Dharavi continue. Affordable housing is a must. So a huge amount of resources are going into the building of affordable housing, with the largest amount of the cash coming in for the financial institutions. Similarly, COVID-19 has created a huge job impact on society. And it is very clear that the new jobs would be created largely from the SME sector. If they are going to occur from the SME sector, and you know that in the recovery packages, there's a lot of financial institution credit that will be made available to the SME sector, many of it on a collateral fee basis. So whether it is the affordable housing in sector or whether it is the SME sector, we will see a lot of financial institution credit coming in. Financial institutions want, obviously, that their money should be used, but obviously that their money should be returned. They would like the investments to be profitable so that they get repayment. Energy efficiency, and I would suggest resource efficiency in general, is extremely important to making this happen. Consequently, financial institutions will drive the demand for energy efficiency. What we will start seeing is that the kinds of technologies that SMEs want, the kind of buildings that are wanted for affordable housing would be those that require increasing degrees of energy efficiency. This is in the short term. In the longer term, and in the longer term I mean say 3 years plus, the demand for energy efficiency is already driven and is going to be further driven by carbon emission reduction related programs. Where will this happen? I would suggest that some of the areas where we need to keep our eyes on the ball include batteries. Batteries are important because whether it is for evening out the power supply from increasing amount of variable renewables, because they put in energy at some time, there's a cloud in the sky or the wind drops and then it drops. So you need storage to manage it. Batteries are important. Similarly, as far as transport is concerned, very clearly, probably as far as urban transport is concerned, we will start seeing an increasing amount of electrical use, particularly, I would suggest, in two-wheelers. Because in two-wheelers, it's going to be very difficult to use any other alternate fuel. In urban areas, the change towards electrification is also driven by the need for cleaner environment. So together, the need for a cleaner environment, the need for reducing the amount of pollution that is coming, as well as the need to reduce the carbon emissions, we will start seeing an increasing amount of electrification of the urban transport fleet. Remember, today 70% of our electricity is coal-based, but that's only now. We are looking only 3 years into the future when the cost of electricity from solar plus storage will be less than the cost of coal electricity. This has been found through the tenders which the Solar Energy Corporation of India has put out. We have got tenders where the round-the-clock cost of electricity from renewables plus storage is less than the cost of new coal electricity. This means that batteries will be amazingly important. I've been harping on urban transport. What about non-urban transport? In non-urban transport, it's not as clear whether electrification will be the way to go because the weight of batteries is amazingly important. It is quite possible that hydrogen through fuel cells may become the option for longer term usage. If that is the case, where will the hydrogen come from? If we are able to have solar electricity or renewable electricity and use it to split water, that could be a source of carbon-free hydrogen. But this would mean electrolyzers, amazingly efficient electrolyzers. Today, electrolyzers work at about 82% efficiency. I think we'll have to go to 95% plus for them to be cost effective, both in terms of capital costs and in terms of operating costs. So the hydrogen that is produced is equivalent to the petroleum costs in terms of running a vehicle. So batteries and electrolyzers are two systems that are important for the electricity sector, for the transport sector, and I would argue, in the case of hydrogen, also for the industry sector. Because the very high temperatures, the lower temperatures you can achieve through electricity, and remember we are getting renewable electricity, so it may be possible to get heat. But high temperatures, we will need something else. And my feeling is that hydrogen is one of the candidates for that high temperature. Hydrogen is also a candidate for zero carbon steel. Today we make steel by converting iron ore with coke into steel. But when you do that, CO2 is an inevitable byproduct. The only way to do it is the direct reduction of iron ore. And hydrogen is possibly the only way to go for direct reduction of iron ore. If that is the case, then hydrogen-based steel-making technologies become important. It means that we need hydrogen. It means that we need efficient electrolyzers. So to me, that is another chain that becomes important. The last thing that I would like to focus on is an area where IIP and Anjan, you particularly have taken the lead, which is on biofuels for aviation. We have been looking at biofuels for a range of applications in this country for many decades. Now, as we look to the future, we can find options for those kinds of applications from many other zero carbon technologies, electricity, for example, or even hydrogen. But for aviation fuels, we do not have an option. For aviation fuels, we will have to go for biofuels. It's also good because the value added or the price that is people are willing to pay for aviation fuel is more than for the other applications of biofuels. Why is this important? Because the cost of collection of biofuels is very important, whether it is used cooking oil, whether it is biomass. The costs of collecting it to the place where you will convert them into a biofuel, whether for aviation purposes or anything else, are high. Our assessments indicate that aviation biofuels may be the only application where the value added, the delta between the cost and the price, is large enough that you can have positive collection costs. In other words, we can actually pay people to collect and then supply to the plant the biofuel raw material. However, that's one part. The other part is the efficiency of conversion. Both the yield and the energy balance of the conversion process is important. That is what ultimately determines what the price of the biofuel would be apart from the collection cost. So focusing on the efficiency of conversion, something that IIP is working on, is, I believe, going to be one of the great challenges of tomorrow. I would therefore like to leave you with the fact that buildings and SMEs are going to be the near-term drivers of energy efficiency, that batteries, electrolyzers, biofuels for aviation. And there's one more thing that I'd like to add, which is cooling. The largest demand for electricity in this country today is from air conditioning. We have not even started providing cold chains for the food to come to our tables. That's another area which will require a huge amount of energy. It could require a huge amount of CO2, and consequently, that's another area where energy efficiency is important. So cooling, batteries, electrolyzers, and sustainable aviation fuels are 4 areas where I believe the growth of energy efficiency is essential. In all of these applications, we have already started seeing the talks, discussions around public policy interventions to enhance energy efficiency. In the case of batteries, it's happening. In the case of electrolyzers, the talk is started. Will we be able to live with 82% electrolyzers, or do we need 95% electrolyzers? In buildings, there is already a discussion on what is the metric for energy efficiency for affordable housing. And it seems that minimizing the hours of thermal discomfort may be the metric that will emerge. The short point that I want to leave you with is that we will get public policy interventions, which will create the demand for energy efficiency. For all the people here, I want you to focus on the other side. How will we develop the products? How will we supply those products to the users? The use has been created. It is up to us to make sure that we can supply the products. Clearly, universities and research institutions is where the products will develop. But universities and research institutions are not the people who will do the large-scale selling. So manufacturers are important. The talk of university, industry, or research university tie-ups is now been around for some time. There is a lot of action that is happening on it. I would suggest that there are 2 more partners we want to bring in. One is testing institutions. For research institutions like IIP, to bring in testing institutions as well is important. The IOC R&D Center in Faridabad is a great example of a testing institution and a research institution. Together, these provide the manufacturer, the industry, with the comfort that not only is a new technology being provided, but that technology is being tested by a third party with, say, NABL accreditation and so on. So that provides the push towards both efficiency in yield as well as efficiency in price. The last thing that I would very much like to see, and I must confess I myself do not have a business model for this, is the issue of design. Now, today, when we talk of industrial design is largely around ensuring that the manufacturing processes become easy. If you've got a very strange shape that needs to be manufactured, it's difficult to manufacture. And therefore, industrial design tries to make it such that given our current industrial manufacturing processes, it's easy to manufacture. Good industrial designers also look at users. How do I make it such that it's easy for the user to use? And you can see the ubiquitous iPhone. Every smartphone in the world today follows the iPhone. Why? Because we as consumers like that design. So clearly, industrial design does look at the issues of manufacturing and use. I would suggest it needs to look at energy efficiency as well. Is it? I was very, very surprised that new mobile phones are looking at the algorithms on how the processors are used. Now that we have got quad-core processors, what we found was that there are phones with dual quad-core processors. One quad-core processor is used under normal circumstances, and the second quad-core processor comes on only when needed. this greatly enhances the battery life of the phone. Obviously, it shows up as the energy efficiency of the phone. I would venture to suggest that we need to talk to our colleagues on the industrial design side to bring in the importance of energy efficiency into the picture. Colleagues, the public policy interventions will create the demand. What will be wanted are more energy efficient products. I am sure that we can work together to make sure that that is what is developed and delivered. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was really a very enlightening talk, and we have learned a lot what will be the energy scenario in the country. And maybe in the end of the session, we can raise any questions if there is any. Now,
Dr. Jain, Dr. Mathur will have to leave by 11:30. So maybe in his case, we can make an exception and take any questions now.
So maybe if anybody want to ask one or two questions, please. In fact, Dr. Ajay Mathur was very, very crystal clear in telling us about the star labeling program, value proposition for the customer, and what are the cleaner fuels like electricity from solar, not from coal, hydrogen, biofuel for aviation. So the things were very clear. So that is why I think people are not asking any questions. So really, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I want to give my best wishes on the occasion of the World Environment Day. I also want to thank each one of you. And Anjan, I particularly want to thank you for this great initiative that you have taken. And I must say that I'm delighted to be part of this, despite creating this confusion regarding timings.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. Really glad.
Now I invite Professor Dr. David Checkle. Well, first of all, sorry, Dr. Checkle, that I have been kept you waiting, and it is midnight right now. So sorry for that. So not to take much of the time, I just give you a very brief introduction. You are a well-known international personality in the automotive emissions, and you are a professor emeritus in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Alberta, as well as the principal of Checkle Engineering Inc., which is your company. You have a PhD in engineering, basically combustion, from Cambridge University in 1981. And you have worked with many automotive project vehicles, including hybrid electric, solar, propane, natural gas, alcohol, biodiesel, and dual fuel systems. And it is, in fact, matches with my field also, so I will be highly delighted, and I welcome you, sir, to make your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. So can you hear me, and can you see the actual slideshow on my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. So thank you for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here. And the good news is that it's only 11:30 p.m., so not as bad as we thought. However, I must get on with my presentation rather than talk about all the things you've already made me think about in the previous presentations. So my presentation is about managing future automotive emissions. And the reason I use the term managing, well, it does fit with the theme that I was given, but really we can control automotive emissions within some ranges, and it's a question of how to do the management. It's not possible to know where you're going without knowing what you're measuring in the first place. There we go. So this is the same title, but I've now put in something to essentially illustrate what the problems are. I mean, this is a picture of Indian traffic. It's got a wide range of different vehicles, of different vehicle types, from heavy transport to two-wheelers. It's got infrastructure, a huge flyover down the middle of an urban area, and it's got some automotive emission, or at least some air quality problems. So the question is, how will we manage the automotive emissions in a way that will improve the air quality and probably also reduce the CO2 emissions? Now, this is a very bad PowerPoint slide. It has 7 points that I'm going to cover, but to put it simply, what I want to cover is, are the automotive emissions worthwhile compared with other emissions? What tool or tools should governments use to manage automotive emissions? Because it is a problem that consumers will have difficulty doing on their own. And in order to do that, we need to actually know the scale of the problem and the effect of the management tools we could use. So I will talk about my engineering approach, which is, if you can measure it, then you will know how big it is, and if you can model it, you will know what affects it. And I'll go on to describe some physics-based models that we could use as management tools. So first off, automotive emissions are just part of the emissions from our industrial and growing population society. We have factories, power plants, home or really public emissions, as well as natural emissions. I put a forest fire there, but agriculture and other things also emit pollutants. And the question is, how large is the automotive problem compared with those other things? Because it would be silly to spend a lot of time managing automotive emissions if they're minuscule. You should manage the thing that is the worst problem. Now, I don't have a really good picture of automotive emissions in India, although I've looked for it. So I'm going to revert back to my own city, Edmonton, in Canada, and say that here, in a country which is a large country with huge basic industries, so very energy intensive oil and gas industry and mining and forestry and other industries, greenhouse gas emissions in Canada, 17% from automotive transportation, 83% from other places. That's in the country as a whole. If I go to a city like Edmonton, the automotive industry or the automotive emissions are about 1/3 of the total. So it's a more significant amount because there are more people gathered together, there's less industry, but more personal transportation. There's also more congestion and inefficiency in the way people are moved inside a city. So yes, the emissions are significant. So then we go on to the fact that really to control automotive emissions, it's such a big industry and each consumer only buys 1 or 2 vehicles. You really need to have governments working on the problems. So the governments have various tools to manage emissions. They have economic tools, they have regulatory tools, and they have infrastructure tools. And the question really when you're trying to manage something is, what are the tools that are most appropriate and most effective? Of course, governments also say, well, what's easiest to apply? But in the end, you want the most efficient. And I split government tools into these 3 areas. Economic tools are things like taxes and fuel taxes, vehicle taxes, or subsidies, variable road tolls, transit subsidies, road pricing, scrappage programs where you actually buy old vehicles to take them off the road. All of these things involve money. And to tell the truth, governments like economic tools because you can always raise a tax on fuel in order to subsidize a cleaner fuel. Similarly, you can raise a tax on vehicles in order to subsidize a cleaner vehicle. The problem with these tools, of course, is that every time you raise a tax, you also affect the economy. But I think governments are discovering that taxing and subsidizing simultaneously is an effective way to make things change. So economic tools are one thing. Regulations. Governments love regulations. All you have to do is decide on a problem, and you write a regulation to tell the problem to go away. Of course, that's just a paper regulation, but we have regulations for emission standards, fuel economy standards, fuel mandates where you specify that a fuel must be used, like natural gas in cities, for example, fuel composition standards, quality standards. Of course, regulatory tools are wonderful, but you actually have to not only make the regulations, but enforce them. And here I give an example for the automotive industry of how emission standards have greatly changed the amount of emissions. This is the highway diesel engine standards for North America, which essentially have taken the particulates and the oxides of nitrogen out of the atmosphere from heavy trucks. They used to be a major contributor to smog and particle emissions. Now, at only a couple of % of the emissions that there was before, it's really become a minor problem. But it's not a cheap way to go. You can't just make a regulation. You also have to enforce the regulation. That means you need to make the right regulation, which requires research. You need to be able to test and confirm that companies are making the vehicles that meet the regulations and people are operating those vehicles in a way that meets the regulations. And of course, you also have to have fuel quality standards and composition standards that allow the regulated vehicles to work. So it's wonderful tools, but it's expensive. And of course, the greatest incentive originally for automotive regulations was the lower California area, where they had horrible smog problems in the 1960s and 70s, brought in emissions regulations and have essentially cleaned up the air in Los Angeles to the point where they no longer have smog days on a regular basis. In fact, last year, I believe, they had none, whereas it was more like 200 per year in the 1970s. So regulations can be effective, but they do cost money. They're not free. It's not free just producing the paper and hoping things will work. Governments also have infrastructure tools, and this is the most expensive thing. You can build bigger roads so that vehicles run more smoothly, there's less congestion. You can build interchanges and smooth flow intersections, again reducing congestion. You can use coordinated signals. You can build mass transit systems. Now, what is the most economical approach? Just improving the coordination of traffic lights. It's a high knowledge, perhaps high sensors, intelligent operation, but at least it's relatively cheap to implement. The other things, it's rather interesting that if you build bigger highways, you get more traffic. If you build better interchanges, you get more traffic. If you build commuter trains and mass transit, at least that takes some traffic off of the roadways, but traffic still tends to grow in order to use up the infrastructure. So infrastructure is a problem. Now, so the emissions are significant. Governments do have tools. The question is how to measure the problem and whether you are solving it, and to measure the effect that each tool has so that you can decide, should we increase diesel taxes and subsidize natural gas? Should we install automated road pricing? Should we subsidize transit buses? What should you do that is most efficient? So in order to do this, you need to know the effect of each of these tools on the problem. So this is where as a engineering educator and researcher for a long time, I said there's a very simple engineering approach. If you can measure the problem, then you'll know how big it is, how it compares with other problems, and also if you're trying to change it, you need to measure it to see if it's changed. So step one, measure the problem. Step two, in order to intelligently attack the problem, model it. And if you can model it properly, you can tell what input parameters you need to change to make the output change, and what is the most efficient thing. So measure it and model it. And when I say model it properly, I think that you need a true engineering model. Economists like to look at one input and look at another output and just fit a function. Engineers like to actually use a physics-based model so that you actually understand what's going on. Because we're putting hydrocarbon fuels that we understand into a vehicle that we understand, and looking at to know what the exhaust gases coming out are. So it's just physics. Now, and heavy highway trucks, again, for each vehicle type, we basically need to know its mass, its rolling resistance, and its aerodynamic resistance, and we can come to a very good approximation of how much power it's using at any given moment. We can also, once we know how much power it's producing, and we have measurements of the engine output in terms of emissions as well as its fuel consumption rate, we can take the power that it's producing and we can calculate emission rates. So to describe the physics-based model of the vehicle, I put a very simple speed trace where a vehicle is driving, decelerating at a constant rate, idling, accelerating, and so on. That's in the top right corner of the screen. So speed as a function of time. If we apply the vehicle tractive power model, then it will have a certain power level while it's cruising. The power will drop negative while it's decelerating, 0 when it's at idle, and so on. And if we then apply a fuel consumption model or emission model, we can calculate the emission rate all the time that that vehicle is running. And we can integrate that and get the total amount of emissions, the total amount of fuel used, once we know a speed trace for that vehicle. Now, how would we structure a model that can do that for actual transportation or traffic over a range of streets and roads and freeways over an urban region, and with different traffic at different places on there and different vehicle, the other less major roads, and you can see where most of the traffic is. The fuel use, you will see that again, the fuel use is concentrated on the roads with the most traffic, but interestingly enough, there are some roads where the width of the fuel use bar is much wider than the width of the traffic bar was. And that's because these are congested roads where there's a lot of stop and go. So extra fuel is used on those. Here's another map of the nitrogen oxide emissions. And this again shows that in particular some stop and go heavy traffic routes produce huge amounts of nitric oxide. Now, what happened between 2006 and 2020 was that there was a number, this is 2006 to 2016, there were a number of huge infrastructure projects that changed. So there was a new free flow ring road built around the city, which is outside of that highly congested part of the city. There was a major expansion to reduce congestion on one of the in-city freeways. There was a major interchange that reduced congestion again, and there was an expansion of the light rail transit that's shifted a significant amount of computer traffic off of the streets. In addition, regulation improvements had basically the fleet was updated by 10 years, so there were lower emissions from the vehicle fleet. And I will throw in a but. Edmonton's a rapidly growing city, so the vehicle kilometers traveled increased by 3% each year, so close to 30% increase in traffic. So what is the result of all of these things happening? Well, first I'll point out that in this city, cars consume most of the fuel and produce most of the emissions. Trucks, diesel trucks and diesel buses are only significant on the oxides of nitrogen level. I'll also point out that as the fleet improved from 2006 to 2016, light-duty vehicles, the cars and trucks, light-duty vehicles, light-duty trucks, decreased the least because they were already quite efficient, quite highly regulated by 2006. And the buses and heavy-duty vehicles had the biggest improvement in emissions because the new regulations were just coming in over the 2006, 2010, 2014 period, and those vehicles were coming into the fleet. So what is the result? Well, over a 10-year period, the growth in vehicle kilometers traveled exceeded the improvements. So a 34% increase in the amount of travel, a 5% decrease in congestion or 5% speed increase, and an improved fleet. We still had a 15% improvement, a 15% increase in particulate matter, the one thing I was thinking of here. So you can see that the tools themselves don't solve the problems. And the next question is, what tools should be used to continue working on that problem? So concluding at this point, really the 5 conclusions are that automotive emissions are significant, and that's both in mass and proximity to people. Now, having said that, the criteria emissions are almost a solved problem. So the oxides of nitrogen and the particulate matter, and a certain amount of enforcement regulations, but we're back to, well, we've switched over to looking at carbon dioxide, so the battle continues, and it's perhaps a more difficult battle than the previous one. The second conclusion, governments do have a wide range of tools to cut automotive emissions, and all of them are costly in one way or another. So governments really need to find the efficient way or the efficient tool to apply. Third, this is my engineering plug, physics-based models can be used to quantify the emissions and to study the effects of the various management tools. So there are various ways to apply the automotive emission models, and I've illustrated the one that we're using and mentioned that there is another way of doing it in a simpler manner for areas where the transportation planners haven't done half the work for you. And I've shown some examples of modeling to measure the effect of the different management tools, but it's a huge topic, and I would love to talk more about it. I would also love to talk about hydrogen and fuel cells, because that's something that I'm working on right now. It turns out that your source of electricity is very important, and as was just said, the efficiency of your fuel cell, your hydrogen electrolyzers is very important. Anyway, I will start.
It was really a very good summary. All the options available.
Answer is working, sir.
Yeah.
I have unshared my screen.
I think
For a moment, I could see the correct slide, Dr. Balachandra's screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see the screen? First slide?
Yes, we can see the slides, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So good morning to all of you. Today I would like to share my talk on mono and bimetallic heterogeneous catalyst for the conversion of fructose to various value-added products. In ICT, in my group, we are working on various research areas like green chemistry, different types of catalysts. For example, homogeneous and heterogeneous catalysts. We work on carbonylation, amination, hydrogenation, CO2 capture, and many other reactions. Today's topic is based on biomass conversion into value-added product, and for that, catalysis plays a significant role. And from that perspective, today I will share some 3 case studies based on how biomass can be converted into value-added product. And we have developed different types of catalysts based on its properties related to formyl furan. So we have studied this particular reaction using simple and cheaper catalysts like cobalt aluminum hydrosulfide. So I would like to share some of our important results on this particular topic. The catalyst was prepared by conventional technique using co-precipitation method, in which metal nitrates were taken and they were neutralized, and further we got the precipitate, which was calcine, and we get well dispersed cobalt aluminum catalyst. Details of the catalyst preparation and characterization are available in the published paper, which I showed in the first slide. So as far as the reaction is concerned, first we focused on hydroxymethyl perfenol to DFF, and in this case we have varied the concentration difference stoichiometry of cobalt and iron, silica, alumina. We can see that cobalt aluminum with 3:1 ratio gives excellent result for the second step, that is HMF to DFF. We can get 100% conversion with 96% DFF selectivity. And when we consider second step, that is fructose to HMF, that is first step involved, this step involves the cobalt aluminum catalyst, which can give you 100% conversion and 98% selectivity. So we can see that avoiding multi-step synthesis is very important in biomass conversion into value-added product, because separation costs are usually very high, and the developing a catalyst which can give you direct conversion without avoiding the multi-step synthesis is desired. And from that perspective, different diverse type of reaction like dehydration and oxidation. So we have done some experiment related to that. For example, first experiment involves 2-step conversion. For example, we have taken the same batch in nitrogen atmosphere. Within 1 or 2 hours, we can get the first step in which HMF is got, and further oxidation of this HMF to DFF is possible after 6 hours. So total 8 hours are required. And since same catalyst is working, same biomass is required. So fructose can be directly converted using 1-pot 2-step method. Later, we have optimized the reaction in such a fashion that 1-pot 1-step conversion of fructose to DFF is possible, and oxygen was used as an oxygen. So in this case, we can see that we can achieve the conversion with excellent yield and selectivity using this particular catalysis. The catalyst, since it is a heterogeneous catalyst, we have tested its recyclability up to 4th recycle. Further recycles are also possible, and we can see that catalyst retains its selectivity and activity performance. So in short, our reaction, fructose can be directly converted to DFF in DMSO solvent at 120 degrees centigrade within 8 hours. So I can conclude that the synthesized sequence of cobalt aluminum hydrosulfide catalyst with 1:3 ratio gives excellent 1-pot conversion of fructose to DFF. And catalyst is also separable and recyclable. I would like to come to the second case study. In this case, since we know that HMF is possible to synthesize from the fructose, or you can also synthesize it from biomass. So we thought that whether we can convert HMF to 2,5-dimethyl furan, that is DMF. And for that reaction, we have developed a new catalyst based on ruthenium zirconia MCM41 based catalyst. And this work is also recently published. when you consider the previous reports on this particular reaction, most of the reports were at very high pressure, longer reaction type, and used to give very lower yield, requires high pressure, and leaching was a major problem there, and quite often they used co-catalyst. So the method which we have developed is works at low temperature, short reaction time. It gives very high yield and works at low pressure. The rationale for selection of this problem is based on the application of DMF. This is very important transportation fluid because of its high octane number, greater energy density, and many other attractive features. So that's why we selected that whether we can convert HMF to DMF. The catalyst prepared was based on the ruthenium supported on zirconia MCM41 catalyst, which was prepared using this following method. For example, we have taken the support in ethanol and we have reduced it using dropwise addition of sodium borohydrate. We get ruthenium in the metallic stage, and filtration and washing we get ruthenium at supported on zirconium MCM41 support. The catalyst was well characterized using all the known techniques. The reaction is not that simple as it looks like because quite often when you convert HMF to DMF, multiple products are possible. For example, when you put hydrogen there, it can convert it to 5-methyl furfural, and further hydrogenation of 5-methyl furfural will give you 5-methyl furfuryl alcohol, that is MFA. This can also possible via 2,5-bis hydroxymethylfuran to give MFA, and further hydrogenation of MFA will give you DMF. We have to avoid over hydrogenation of DMF to DMTHF, that is 2,5-dimethyl tetrafuran. So reaction although looks simple, but it involves complex different pathways. So we have to focus and develop a catalyst which is highly selective towards the desired product. And based on that, we have evaluated different types of catalysts for this reaction. For example, 3% palladium on zirconia, ruthenium, gold, nickel, copper, just support, and none. We can see that among all these screened catalysts, ruthenium gives excellent result for the DMF conversion. And other byproducts are very, very small, that is just about 10%. 9% are the other byproducts, but 90% DMF is possible with ruthenium zirconia MCM41 catalyst. And reaction works very well. Hydrogen pressure is just 15 bar, and THF as a solvent, and it works within just short span of just 1 hour. The reaction was optimized with respect to time, catalyst loading, and temperature, and all the process parameters were optimized. Catalyst is also excellently recycle level up to 6th recycle, which we have seen here, and THF was found to be the best solvent, and optimum pressure is 15 bar. Pressure is very important because when you change the pressure, there is a possibility of formation of side product. So optimization of reaction parameter is very important. As you know that in previous case study, we have directly attempted to do the one-pot synthesis. For example, HMF is possible from fructose via dehydration, and further hydrogenolysis, DMF is possible. So we attempted one-pot dehydration hydrogenolysis reaction of fructose to DMF, and the catalyst in this case was not so selective, but we could able to get 53% yield directly from fructose to DMF. So ruthenium-based catalyst is very useful to give such type of transformation. I will come to the third case study which we have recently developed, that is based on the reductive amination of levulinic acid to N-substituted pyrrolidones over ruthenium metal anchored in ionic liquid immobilized on the graphene oxide. Today there is very important to develop catalyst which is based on the graphene and carbon because they are non-metals. So there are many issues can be solved if you use non-metallic support. And graphene oxide is one of the excellent support because it has very active functional groups like hydroxyl and carboxylic acid group. So we had a collaboration with University of Tokyo with Professor Sasaki's group. He had expertise in developing the ionic liquid-based immobilized catalyst. And this type of ionic liquid, when we use ionic liquid as such, as they are very expensive and we cannot use them as a solvent or any other material. But we can use their chemical properties with the help of anchoring. So what we thought to develop a catalyst in which ionic liquid is anchored on the graphene oxide along with the active metal required for the reaction. And as you know, levulinic acid is one of the best platform molecule, like we have seen that HMF was in earlier cases. So we have decided to use levulinic acid to prepare pyrrolidons. When you look for the previous reports, this reaction was not well reported, but few reports were available, and they had several drawbacks, which I had mentioned here. In this work, we have developed a catalyst which is having very low temperature, very active catalyst, short reaction time, gives very high yield at low pressures. And pyrrolidons find lots of applications as a chemical product in solvents, chelating agents, surfactants, intermediates for ink, transdermal patches, fibers, pharmaceutical formulations, and material industry. So, considering the application of pyrrolidons, literature for this particular reaction is limited and not much work was performed. And considering the levulinic acid availability, synthesis of pyrrolidon is very, very essential. The catalyst which we have prepared is ruthenium graphene oxide ionic liquid, which I had mentioned. It's prepared by following method. For example, we have taken N-methyl imidazole, and this N-methyl imidazole was reacted with 1-methyl 3-methoxysilyl propyl imidazolium chloride. So ionic liquid is now anchored to the silyl group, and this was immobilized on the graphene oxide in following manner. And once we get that, ruthenium can be refluxed and attached to the particular catalyst. This catalyst was well characterized and details are available in the publication. The reaction which we have chosen is taking levulinic acid and benzylamine. And you can see that cyclization along with the amine group, cyclization with the levulinic acid is possible with particular catalyst parameters. So we screen this reaction for different reaction parameters. We observed that methanol is the best solvent which works at 15 bar, and the reaction yield octane was 93%, time required was 5 hours, and temperature is at 130 degrees centigrade. Many other solvents and other parameters were screened. So optimized reaction condition involves levulinic acid, benzylamine, catalyst, solvent, and which works at 130 degrees centigrade and 5 hours. So several amine molecules were taken and levulinic acid was cyclized, and you can see that the cyclization is happen very efficiently. You can take any type of amine, you can get the cyclized pyrrolidons. So this is a very good method to prepare pyrrolidons using levulinic acid, which is a biomass platform molecule, and you can get very different types of new molecules. Now, if I try to convert this directly from the fructose to pyrrolidon, whether it is possible, I tried that also. For example, I had taken D-fructose, treated with the acid, I got the levulinic acid, and this levulinic acid obtained was directly treated with the catalyst. I could able to get 50% yield. Whereas biomass derived waste was converted to pyrrolidons, and this pyrrolidons, levulinic acid, and levulinic acid was converted to pyrrolidons very easily. So biomass taken here was rice husk and corn straw, and we can get the levulinic acid by treatment this biomass with the acid. What could be the possible mechanism for this reaction? In this case, amine reacts with the ketonic group of levulinic acid, and we get the imine, and this imine needs some hydrogenation catalyst, and that is ruthenium graphene oxide ionic liquid anchored catalyst. And this imine gets hydrogenated at 15 bar, and once we get the hydrogenation of imine to amine, cyclization happens via dehydration, and you get the cyclized pyrrolidons. So this is a typical reaction mechanism used for getting the reductive amination product. And you can see that this way this catalyst works for hydrogenation. Catalyst is again recyclable and gives excellent yield after several recycles. So conclusions, I would say that this ruthenium and graphene oxide ionic liquid based catalyst can give you new moieties like N-benzyl pyrrolidon and many other amine based pyrrolidons using this particular method. So, in short, we can say that all these three case studies indicate that conversion of biomass platform molecules to value-added product is very, very important, because this value-added product can give lots of value to your biomass. And second point, when you consider the traditional methods for the conversion of this molecule, it gives numerous byproducts, and separation of this byproduct is very cumbersome. And it also loses the value for the product. And for that purpose, developing right catalyst which can give the excellent selectivity to the desired product is essential. And from that perspective, we have developed this three case study which we have showed. There are many more case studies in our laboratory for similar selective catalyst to give specific biomass derived platform chemicals. And finally, I would like to thank you for your kind attention. I would appreciate if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And really, it was wonderful presentation, and that too within time. So thank you very much. If anybody has any questions, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm hearing.
Yes, sir. We have one question from our Facebook viewer, Dr. Kritika Kohli. Her question is, why a solvent is required like DMSO for the discussed reactions? How feasible is to recover final and purified product while using these solvents?
These solvents are really matters a lot, because we have seen the solvent screening studies. Their polarity, their solubility of the gases. There are many parameters which decide the solvent. So solvent selection is very, very important. Without solvent, you will not get the specific selectivity. You have seen the catalyst solvent screening studies. We get different types of results with different types of solvent, and without solvent, it doesn't work, because quite often it blocks the active catalytic sites. Therefore, selection of proper solvent we have to do with the help of what type of polarizability required, what type of solubility of gases, what type of solubility of reagents which we have, and after those studies we can select the proper solvent.
Okay, so thank you very much. Now I invite.
We have one more question.
I think you can mail it to him, and we can take it later. So, or maybe very short, please. You can ask quickly.
So next question is from Mr. Pramod. His question is, shouldn't we consider bringing the conversion to similar values when considering different catalyst evaluation?
Yes, that is also another parameter, because you have to study the concentration time profile. There are many ways to decide the catalyst activity. One of the approaches, you can fix the conversion and check the catalyst concentration. For example, if you have catalyst which gives 90 plus selectivity, you cannot compare them very properly. So you should, in such type of cases, you should do the fixed conversion or fixed time. Many approaches are possible. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for answering the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
So I can invite now Dr. Ashok Kumar, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. So
Yeah,
please.
and
So
can
Dr.
you see
Ashok
me?
Kumar is Chief Scientist and Head Architecture and Planning at our sister institute, Central Building Research Institute. So Dr. Ashok Kumar, can you kindly conclude your talks in 8 minutes, please? And we will be grateful to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jain. At the outset, I convey my greetings to IIP on this World Environment Day, and a compliment to entire IIP for organizing this symposium, which is virtual, on this World Environment Day. My talk is on energy efficient buildings and quantification of parameters, and this presentation is divided into 3 parts, wherein there are some questions, why, what, and how. why we need to have energy efficiency in buildings, or why we want to design our buildings which are energy efficient, and also how we can quantify the parameters in making these buildings energy efficient. If you can apply different measures, whether it's the active measure or the passive measures, we can quantify these parameters by using different tools which are available across the world. So we have done a lot of research in this area, and I'm going to share a bit of that with you on this. They already, Dr. Malhotra mentioned about the challenges that have been put forth before the audience, that the context has been set that climate change, energy shortage, water shortage, and urbanization is all these are challenges, and so can we have some solutions to these challenges? And I think that retrofitting green retrofitting of existing buildings and constructing new buildings which are green and energy efficient, they are very, very important. And if you see the annual global, and this CO2 emissions, building operations, they count for about 72% of this CO2 emissions, wherein the embodied carbon, which is the embodied energy, which is used for constructing these materials, and this accounts for around 28%. And to give you an example, even 1 ton of cement produces around 0.7 to 0.9 tons of CO2. So the attempts are going on to reduce this CO2 by developing alternatives. And already, there is a joint research going on between CBRI and IIT Delhi on developing low carbon cement. So, as per the NITI Aayog, the energy consumption for the residential sector is expected to increase about 13 times by 2040, and the sample data which is on urban middle income apartments, which says that the electricity for providing the thermal comfort contributes to around 30 to 60% of the annual energy consumption. So we need to have solutions where we can reduce the energy demand, and also by replacing the fossil fuels with renewable energy and also the other cleaner technologies. And if you see the building stock, India has more than 28 billion square meter of existing building stock as of today, and billions of square meters is yet to be built by 2040. 2047. And if you see the latest 2022, 2 million houses are to be built by 2022. So there's a huge potential, for energy saving in buildings, as Dr. Mathur mentioned. And there lies, the quantification of different parameters, wherein the professionals had to take care of quantifying these parameters in improving energy efficiency in buildings. So, quickly, if you see the types of buildings which can be classified as energy efficient, standard building which is constructed to meet only the minimum energy standard requirements, and wherein low energy building where we are targeting annual energy consumption for heating and cooling in the range of 50 to 60 kilowatt per meter square. And similarly, if you could talk about the passive energy building, wherein we are talking about less than a quarter of the energy used as compared to the standard building. And also we are talking about zero energy buildings with zero net energy consumption and the zero carbon emissions annually. And these buildings are independent of grid energy supply. And also we are talking about energy plus buildings, and wherein we all at CBRI are working in this area. Coming to the building energy consumption, where we are talking about embodied energy and carbon footprint. So we need to consider the embodied energy of the materials. We have to have the considerations on gray energy, induced energy, and operation or the building operational energy. All these things are important, and the approaches that can be followed by professionals are starting from the cheapest solution, where we always talk about passive design of buildings, where we can always talk about the optimum orientation, form, shape, cooling strategies, daylighting, shading, and things like that. And thermal comfort is the ultimate, as Mr. Mathur also mentioned, that yes, natural ventilation and use of efficient systems and renewable energy systems are approaches which are to be followed. And if you see the parameters which are divided into three parts: heat production, natural resource optimization, and heat dissipation, starting from your microclimate and solar control. I think, Mr. Jain, all these slides are visual to you?
Well, we could not see the slide, but anyway, now we are clear what you are saying.
Okay,
so can
all right.
you kindly conclude now?
Okay, so all these parameters are important, and the question is, can we quantify the impact of these parameters? So the Energy Conservation Building Code, commercial, which is 2017, and residential 2018, from CBRI, we are representing Bureau of Energy Efficiency to be part of this code formulation, and I would like to put forth with you the parametric studies that have been carried out in quantifying these parameters, starting from orientation, shape of the building, window to wall ratio, story height, the thickness of walls, sunshades, single and double glazing, roof types, different types of walling, roofing, reflective coatings, the green roofs, and night ventilation and other parameters. And we have taken a prototype model in CBRI, located in a composite climatic zone, having the latitude 29 degree and longitude 77 degrees, and 300 plus combinations were evaluated, covering 10 types of walls, 10 types of roofing, and 3 types of glass. And then, based on the best combination, we said that out of these 300 combinations, these are the top 10 combinations which can be thought of in implementing. And out of these 10, we selected one combination which is giving the least amount of energy consumption, and the temperature which can be predicted inside, and you see the different parameters, like the orientation, which is very, very important part, just to start with the project, that effect of orientation on indoor climate vis-a-vis the thermal performance is the criteria. And the length by L by B ratio is also important, where we say that 1:1, 1:2, 1:3, 1:4, 5, 1:6, like that. We compared, and similarly the height, which also impacts the temperature, 2.9 meters, 3 meters, 3.3 meters, and so on and so forth. And the shading devices, which can be designed by architects depending upon the opening size. And also the percentage of glazing, that is very, very important, window to wall ratio, that starting from 15%, 20%, 25%, then go on to 80%. And we know that, if we increase the window to wall ratio, how we are increasing the temperature inside. And the wall thickness, if we take 115 millimeter thickness wall, 229, 345, and 458 millimeters, how it impacts the indoor temperature. And having said that, we have taken a full-scale study at CBRI, and where we implemented all these parameters, and this is the different stages of construction, and this is the final retrofit model, which has contributed to 34% savings. And these savings are in the if you see the case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4, case 5, case 6, and case 7, we can quantify these savings case by case, and approximately 34% reduction in energy can be achieved by applying these retrofit interventions, and we also can quantify the amount of cost which is required to be yes. And the payback period is starting from say 6 months to around 3.5 years for each type of intervention. So we also have taken further studies on developing Android app for integrating daylight with artificial lighting, where we also can have further 10% savings, and also Android app on considering energy efficient air conditioner appliances, which also contribute to 30 to 50% of additional savings. And right now, CPRI is working in the area of net zero energy building. And to conclude, I can say that energy efficient building design challenges professionals to quantify these parameters during the conceptual stage of the project, and so the quantification is very, very important component. And if you see these codes, particularly the GRIHA, the LEED, Energy Conservation Building Code, commercial, all these codes are silent on these quantification. So CBRI is continuously making the efforts to sensitize different stakeholders, including Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And with this, I conclude by saying that I must acknowledge the support received from directors CBRI and the staff of CBRI. And but I can on this day, on World Environment Day, I can say that someone is sitting in a shade today because someone planted a tree a few long years ago. So we must plant more trees on World Environment Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok Kumar. Now I invite Mr. Pawan Kishore, IIT Jodhpur, to make his presentation on thermal degradation of lithium-ion batteries in hybrid EVs. So kindly try to complete the presentation in 8 minutes, please.
Okay. So my voice and screen is visible. Hello. Okay. Yes, sir. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. Hello, I am Pawan Kishore. I am a student of Indian Institute of Technology, and I am going to talk about thermal degradation of lithium-ion batteries in hybrid electric vehicles. So, coming to the motivation part, as we know, the ongoing transition of IC engines to the electric vehicles, giving rise to the importance of understanding batteries' behavior accurately. Among several factors, two factors. First, increasing the life cycle, and the second one is the operating temperature range needs to be focused more, as they are the critical points in this EV transition. So, what do we need is the minimum battery degradation to increase the cycle life by using reliable methods, understanding the dependencies of the different parameters, improve characteristics, the pattern and the condition in which we are using our battery to enhance its performances. So for the battery modeling part, inside the MATLAB and Simulink interface, we have created a battery model with 3 subparts. First one is the battery equivalent circuit model. To determine the state of charge, we have used Coulomb counting method, which is simply just says that number of charges coming into the battery is equal to the number of charges going out of the battery, obviously taking Coulombic efficiencies into the count. And to determine the output circuit voltage, we have simply used the lookup table in MATLAB, which is one of the most simplest and most approximate method. And also we have used one-time constant method consisting of one RC parallel circuit, and we have filtered the output voltage to simulate the exact behavior of the cell. So this is the lookup table that I was talking about, and the SOC formula given below. Coming to the thermal model, 2 battery shapes we have assumed that are commonly used in today's electric vehicles. First one is the cylindrical, and second is the pouch cell, and calculated the real-time battery temperature by the heat dissipation equation. And the third one and the most important part is the battery degradation model, in which there are 2 types of losses. Cost one is the calendar losses, which is independent of the use of the battery and depends on the life of the battery and the average SOC, state of charge, that is included in the factor F here into the formula. The second loss is the cycling losses, and it is dependent on the number of cycles the battery is being used, and it is a strong function of charging and discharging rates that is included in the formula in the name of rate here. It is charging current upon discharging current. So for the analysis and result part, we have ran our model for 2 years, so 1st January 2018 to 2019 31st December, for 3 cities, Delhi, Mumbai and Spiti Valley, which is one of the coldest cities of India as considered today. And for the current input, we have given the following parameters as 8 hours of sleep and then 10% discharge, as we can see in the SOC graph, and then again 8 hours of sleep and then 10% of discharge, and then charging it back to its initial SOC stage to simulate the exact behavior of a man going to his office and then coming back after 8 hours and charging his vehicle accordingly. And this is the typical terminal voltage that we have gained through our model. Coming to the temperature input graph that we have given, this is the input graph of 3 cities, Mumbai, Delhi and Spiti Valley. We can see that Mumbai's yearly temperature has too much fluctuation, peak-wise the fluctuation is too much, and Mumbai is having too much flat curve, a typical flat curve, while the Spiti Valley is giving the same kind of trend of temperature as that of the Delhi, but it is too much lowest temperature and touching minus 20 degrees Celsius. Okay. So below is the temperature graph of typical one-day data that we have given to gain the real-time temperature data of battery itself. So coming to the results part, the capacity degradation graph that we have gained is the following, in which we can see for Delhi after, if we consider 80% SOC line, that is denoted by yellow line here. For Delhi, it is giving after 2 years 99.9 mAh of battery. If we are starting from 112.6, the starting initial capacity was 112.6. After 2 years, it came to 99.9 ampere hour, and the same was for Mumbai. But for Spiti Valley, it was too much high, giving the value of 108.2. We ran for state of charge versus end of life. End of life of the battery is considered to be 60% of the capacity, and it ranges according to the different levels the company or the user want to give. So this is a particular graph that we have gained. Coming to the conclusion part, the capacity loss that we have gained was approximately about 11.24 percentage for Delhi, and for 11.27 for 11.24 for Mumbai, and 11.27 for Delhi, and for Spiti Valley 3.84, which is less than half of that gained in the Mumbai and Delhi. The end of life of the Mumbai and Delhi is less than a year. It is covered. Lower temperature causes less degradation. We can simply see that the average temperature on which we are operating affects the final battery capacity a lot. And the leftover capacity depends upon the mean value of the temperature of that region. And capacity paid increases with higher SOC. From this graph, we can say that the capacity paid, like a yellow line giving too much less capacity according to the blue and red lines that are 40 and 60% of SOC. So as we increase our average state of charge operation, our capacity paid increases. And from the efficient range of SOC is 30 to 60%. From this graph, it is clearly visible that from 30 to 60%, it is giving a decent high life cycle. But we can also observe that for even lower average SOC, we are gaining much more higher life cycles. But the problem is that we cannot operate in that range, because the output terminal voltage that the battery will give it will not be sufficient to run the vehicle, and will be counted as abuse of battery. It is a standard term, abuse of battery, that is used. It is known as abuse of battery if we are operating below the 0.2 SOC. So that's why we should operate our batteries in the range of not say 30 to 60, 40 to 60 will be a perfect range of operation of our battery. These are the references from which we have done our work and simulated our model, and that's it. Thank you. Open for the questions.
Thank you very much. So very good presentation and focused. So now if there is any question for Dr. Ashok Kumar and Mr. Pavan Kishore, anybody has any question, please?
Sir, we don't have any questions. I think we can move forward to the next session.
Okay. So Neha, please take over. So this session is over. Now you can start the next session, please.
And so the next session is sustainable development, and this session will be chaired by Shri Sudeep K. Ganguly. So I will forward the event to the session chair, please.
Thank you, Neha. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the session 2, themed sustainable development. Here in this session, we have one keynote address and 3 invited talks, followed by oral presentations. So, moving on to the keynote address, it's by Dr. S. Venkatamohan. Dr. S. Venkatamohan is a senior principal scientist at the Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. His research interests includes areas of advanced waste remediation, pathogenesis, microbial electrogenesis, photosynthesis, CO2 biosequestration, circular bioeconomy, self-regenerative systems, and biorefinery. Dr. Mohan has authored more than 350 research articles, 60 chapters for books, 4 books, and 9 patents to his credit. He has been awarded the most coveted Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award in 2014. And also he is on the editorial board of several internationally refereed journals like the Journal of Energy, Bioresource Technology, Advances in Energy Research, and Carbon Resource Conversion. I welcome Professor Venkatamohan now to make his keynote address on the topic urban biocycles circulating metabolic loops for regenerative and sustainable ecosystem. Over to Dr. Venkatamohan, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ganguly, for a nice introduction. Are you able to hear my voice?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Can I proceed?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for nice introduction, and I would like to thank Director IIP and organizers of this conference for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share some of my views on urban biocycles. In this presentation, I would like to highlight the concept of urban biocycles, how it is important with respect to resource management, and try to address with certain kind of circulating metabolic loops. How can we take up in urban systems in order to make the systems resilient as well as sustainable? So I would like to, at the end of the presentation, I would briefly go some of the emerging process or technologies that can be considered for urban biocycles, which we are doing in ISCT. So I would start with the energy slide. As everybody know that we are dependent on fossils, particularly since 1930 after industrialization. So significant use of fossil fuels are the major concern with respect to the climate, and moreover, they are very finite in nature. So we have to search for alternative feedstocks to support our energy. So in that direction, we are focusing on renewable energy, particularly Indian context. At present, we are at 13% of renewables spectrum on the whole energy. And in that, mostly we go with wind energy, about 67%, and very little bit, about 12% with biomass, and waste to energy is less than 1%. But as we can see from MNR estimate, we have significant potential to go with biopower. We estimated potential of more than 22.5 gigawatts, but right now installed capacity is less than 4 gigawatts. So we have huge scope. Not only energy, I would like to say that now all our material requirements, like whatever materials right now we are using, from plastics to textiles and everything, we are again dependent on fossil sources, fossil feedstocks such as petroleum and natural fuels. And so that is also limited because they are finite, and the exponential growth and our population growth will require more of materials in coming days, and we cannot depend on the finite resources which is going to deplete after 2050. We have to search for alternative feedstock. That is the essential requirement to the next to go. So in this direction, I would like to get into the concept of urban metabolism. Urban metabolism directly relates to cities. Cities are accounts for about 80% of GDP and 75% of global consumption. The materials, either it's a biomaterial or technical or biological material, it has to come from outside of the urban space, and it has to be transported to the urban area as raw, semi-finished or finished products, and then it will get utilized to a certain extent. Some materials, technical materials, stocked into the urban area, and a little bit recycled, and mostly goes for landfill. So we are losing the material in urban area, which is coming from outside the urban environment. So we are making it, we are losing the material, as well as we are creating problem with respect to environment because of waste. So this gives us key issues which needs to be addressed in the context of sustainable development. We have to, this urban metabolism is completely disruptive materials flow, and they are open loops. And there is a metabolic disorder when we look into the input of materials and output of materials. There are a significant disorder which needs to be tackled, and there is a huge resource wastage, and there is again a stress on environment. So basically, when we look into urban materials, there are two basic classifications: technical material, which is metals, plastics, glass, and construction. That will go as a technical waste after usage. Some go for stocks, but it can be recycled. But I am more interested in biological material, which is coming from food, agriculture, wood, fiber, dairy, and livestock, which is coming as a biological waste and emissions in the form of CO2, which have a significant potential of carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and K, and as well as energy, which is going to landfills. But if you are sustainably using it, resource recovery, then we can close the loops and we can reuse the material in urban space itself. So we have to go with a sustainable urban metabolism. That is the need order of the day to coming future generations. So this is a model right now we following a linear model. It's a linear economy model, a cradle to grave approach. This is we are following for last 200 years. And this is happening till day because of population, excessive population growth and rapid urbanization and good economic sustainability throughout the globe. And this is creating huge problems with respect to global warming, pollution, waste generation, economic overshoot, and many other issues. So we have to move towards a sustainable thing. So I would like to get here a planetary boundaries, because today is Environment Day. So there are Stockholm Resilience Center. They are working on these planetary boundaries, about 10 boundaries, very significant to Earth systems and its sustainability. So among the 9 listed Earth systems, we have crossed the levels of the boundaries, planetary boundaries, with respect to biodiversity loss, nitrogen cycle, and other 3 important factors are at the alarming stage, but it can be regained. But the biodiversity, nitrogen cycle exceeded the limits, and we cannot regenerate. Everybody know that we are losing biodiversity a significant quantity, and one of the issue with respect to COVID is also because of this biodiversity kind of losses which is happening, the virus which is coming into the human environment because of lack of urban greenery and other things. So this is a serious thing we have to consider, and also Earth bio capacity to regenerate the anthropogenic activities which we are taking, it is taking about 1.7 Earth times, that is 1.7 times coming to overshoot day on 22nd August 2019. So if we proceed like that, the Earth's capacity to regenerate will reduce significantly, which will have a huge consequence on Earth systems. So we have to change. There is a need to change, and the change is inevitable to sustain the future generation. At present, to give just a list, there we are using about 400 billion tons per year of domestic material consumption as per 2010 records, which account for 5 to 27 tons per year of person per year. That depends on the place, country. Like India have a less thing, but America has more here. But DMC rises by 90 to 180 billion tons per year by 2050 because of increase of urbanization. The population increase from 7.5 billions to 10 billions will happen by 2050. So if you continue to live like this and produce like today, by 2050, we will need 3 times more resources, which are very finite right now, and 50% of more fuel, and 70% of more food, feed, and fiber, and 50% of more water. And in this consequence, 70% population lives in the urban cities. And coming to urban context, when 65 to 70% people lives in urban inhabited cities, then there will be 75% of natural resource consumption by these urban environment. And 70% of global carbon emissions is coming from urban environment. 50% of a global waste production is again from urban environment. So we can understand that how critical urban environment is, and we have to move. Means we have to. The first priority is moving from linear economy to circular economy, not to make sustainable the resources, which is going to be depleted. So the linear model, take, make, and dispose, we have to make it into structural loops where the waste from one process can be reused, and then it can the waste production, waste generation, and disposal will be reduced significantly by using the material multiple times. So this approach will have a significant impact on resource recovery, as well as depletion of resources, as well as it has significant sustainable environmental concerns which need to be considered. So I am very much interested in circular economy, particularly with bio-based economy. We will be working with biological material, which is biological waste, as I can say, by closing the loops, closing the circular loops by biological methods. So this is one of the conceptual model we have developed in ISCT with respect to the urban environment. So we try to take all the waste materials and all the things from different sources which is originating in urban environment, and try to keep a loops, how to circulate the loops in itself, and how to generate products so that we cannot depend on outside the urban space. So that will give the sustainability. This is a model, try to framework in primary, secondary, and tertiary products, and try to loop every material which is right now using in the urban space without depending much on the outside the thing. So for this to happen, we need to have a significant technologies, and we have to we need the existing technologies to be incorporated, as well as technologies that should go very well with the emerging criteria. So I would like to say here, waste is a major product, because whatever I have visualized in the earlier slide, the waste is at the focal point. And India as a country, we have a significant amount of waste. It's not a waste, it's a resource in the form of municipal solid waste, or sewage, or in the form of industrial waste, or in the form of fecal sludge, which needs to be properly tackled so that we can get resources back into the economic front. So basically, when waste we are treating with aerobic process, industrial waste, and we can alternatively go for anaerobic process, which is energy giving process. There are multiple options here to regulate the anaerobic metabolic activity towards production of biofuels and chemicals, which I will briefly discuss in next slides. Coming to solid waste, right now mostly we are sending it to landfill, little bit to composting, and little bit to incineration. And there is a scope when we go for biological process, resource recovery can be increased by anaerobic digestion or with fermentation process with multiple products, so that we can reduce the greenhouse emissions, as well as we can increase this sustainability. So to look into this aspect, we try to consolidate some of the waste materials from domestic industry in solid waste and some of the industrial gaseous emissions like CO2, and different process that can be adopted, biological process, and the different products which can we can recover with the different applications. So apart from remediation, we can make various products, including fuels as well as biomaterials, including bioplastics from the biological route. That to this to happen, we need a technologies, as I told you. So in IICT, we are trying to work on some of the processes, particularly related to acidogenesis, bioelectrogenesis, bioanoxygenesis, photosynthesis, in order to loop it in circular bioeconomy mode. So the basic concept of circular economy is to resource recovery to the maximum extent without leaving any waste to the environment. So acidogenesis is other version of anaerobic process where we are trying to use waste as a feedstock either in the solid form or liquid form, and with acidogenic bacteria we will try to regulate the process at acidogenesis step so that final product will be hydrogen and volatile fat acids. So here is in this concept we can generate biohydrogen. We can also produce fatty acids along with hydrogen, which is a platform chemicals. Particularly right now we are depending on again fossil fuels, and we can also produce bioethane, which can directly go into energy spectrum right now without changing much of engines. So partial of hydrogen with methane, we can make a bioethane. In the second process, where we are trying to use the microbial fuel cells, is a self-sustained system without any input of external source by taking the bacterial metabolic activity into advantage. This process has multi-phased applications, particularly not only for power generation, which still needs to be optimized, but it has bioelectrochemical systems which can loop into circular economy with significant potential to produce various bio-based products. Likewise, we are also working on bioanoxygenesis. Anoxic phases of bacteria, certain kind of bacteria can convert the waste from either from acidogenic fermentation waste or waste from domestic purpose towards polyhydroxyalkylate that can be a good alternative to bioplastics. And in the fourth process, we are also focusing on photosynthesis. Our interest to use to mixotrophic mode of cultivation, where the microalgae can take CO2 as well as carbon from wastewater and convert into various feedstocks like various byproducts, including fuels as well as nutraceuticals. So these we are trying to focus for past 15 years and trying to integrate in a loops. So biohydrogen, we try to come up to pilot scale level with the funding of MNRE, which can produce about 50,000 liters of hydrogen per day using municipal solid waste and other kind of liquid waste, which could carbon capture. This is the pilot plant facility at IICT. And we are also trying to work out as a circular loop approach. Once we get the hydrogen, the outlet from hydrogen still contain carbon source, trying to loop the process with different primary process with secondary biological process to convert it into second form of hydrogen or a methane, which hydrogen plus methane will have will produce bioethane, or bioplastics. Hydrogen and bioplastics will have economic advantage, or we can send it as a phosphate solubilizing agent to convert into for organic farming, or with mixotrophic cultivation we can produce hydrogen and biomass. Biomass has multiple application, microbial biomass. Likewise, we can integrate different things in order to max the resource recovery. One of the things which I have already discussed is bioplastic production. This integration will have a maximum resource recovery in the form of hydrogen and then converting it into bioplastic, polyhydroxyalkylate. This we are at present scaling up to 200 liter capacity. And one more thing which I have already discussed about fatty acids, which is a platform chemicals. IICT is trying to work out this for Indo-UK project. So second process, as I told, microbial cell, very similar to a acidogenic process, but putting electrodes, we can convert the carbon into proton and electron. And in a defined circuit, proton will pass through the proton exchange membrane to cathode chamber, electron to the circuit, and proton and electron in presence of oxygen will use H2O and cell EMF formed. So 1 mole of glucose we can produce about 24 24 protons and electrons, which accounts for 1 kg of CO2 removed, 170 watts. So as I told earlier, the MFC has significant applications based on its requirement. We can twin the process by taking waste.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr.
Yeah.
Venkatamon. Is it possible to wind up in another 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, I will do it in 3 minutes.
Okay.
So likewise, these systems has multiple scope by taking any kind of waste, and we can configure the system and produce the materials like nutraceuticals or hydrogen or methane or short chain. Which needs to be into the loop, circular loops. So likewise, as I told, this in a bioelectric system format, we can increase the reducible sugar concentrations, or we can convert into nutrients, or we can increase the fermentation or convert CO2 into fatty acids, which is one of the upcoming technology. And as I told you, photosynthesis, it's again a very versatile platform. So before closing, I would like to say why I have mentioned all the process and integrations. We have to close the loop when we take a wastewater from any sources. We have to make it into a circular loop in order to make recovery of the carbon and nutrients in a sustainable way, so that we should not leave any waste into the environment. So it's a waste biorefinery model which we try to integrate with hydrogen production and try to study different integrations. This we have done it 10 meter cube capacity pilot plant with different loopings that can produce hydrogen, biomethane, carboxyl acid, and biofertilizers. So in a similar way, this is the closed view of pilot scale system, waste biorefinery system. We are also trying to look into using the municipal waste, municipal waste, but primary hydrolysis and a little bit of acetogenesis, the product trying to loop into the organic synthesis route, so that the whole process, green process, can be increased. Because when feedstock is coming from the renewable sources, then the process itself has a lot of sustainability. Likewise, we are trying to develop self-sustained models without taking any input. We using sunlight and water. We can produce significant products by using algal refinery or some kind of ajolla. There is no time, I am skipping up. So before closing, I would like to say whatever products in Illyrian, we are depending on fossils for all the materials. The same materials can be again produced from biomass and bio waste that can be looped into production of our daily materials. So a certain extent of supplementation with bio-based materials reduce the dependency on fossils, and we can also sustain fossils for certain more time. That is the basic scope of circular economy. And this also address many of the sustainable development goals particularly with respect to waste and materials. And still this needs to be considered with a significant optimization is required in order to loop the process at a appropriate place by closing the thing. And techno-economic analysis, life cycle assessment is very important. And for this, and in multidisciplinary approach particularly is a very essential. So I would like to thank my students whose work I presented here. And I would like to thank the funding from different sources for different projects so far. And thank you very much for your kind attention. I'll be ready for any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Venkatamon, for the very exciting lecture you made on sustainable ecosystem, especially your focus on urban bio-based economy.
Yeah.
Now we can have some questions.
Yes, sir. We have one question from our Facebook viewer, Mr. Adarsh Kumar Rajput. His question is, hydrogen can be used as a fuel, or we need to pure it?
Hydrogen can be used as fuel after separating CO2. Along with hydrogen, there will be generation of CO2. And that needs to be separated if you want to use it as a fuel. But there are many applications. We can directly use the gas mixture to subsequent biological process to produce into chemicals, which is coming up in a big way right now. But to use in fuel cells, we have to separate CO2. 99.9% of hydrogen is required.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for answering. We can move forward.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Venkataman,
you.
for the exciting lectures. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Now moving on, I invite our next invited lecture by Dr. Sanat Kumar, who is a senior principal scientist at CSIR Indian Institute of Petroleum and has a research experience of 25 years. His research interest includes rheology, flow assurance of petroleum fluids, enhanced oil recovery, depolymerization, valorization of waste plastics, and process scale-up. He has 30 papers to his credit, and he is a national award winner by the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizers, Government of India, for developing the technology for converting waste plastics to valuable products. I welcome Dr. Sanat to make his invited talk presentation on utilization of waste plastic for sustainable development. Over to Dr. Sanat.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, sir, for a nice introduction. I hope I am audible. Also, the slides are also visible.
Yes, you're audible. Absolutely.
The slides are also visible.
Yeah, they are visible.
Okay. So I was just talking about the utilization of waste plastics for sustainable development. I just divided my, since we have only 10-15 minutes for this talk, I've divided the talk into two parts. One is the general background as to waste plastic utilization. What is the necessity, the opportunities and challenges?
Just sorry to disturb. Can you put it on the slide mode?
Slide mode. At my end it is in the slide mode.
Okay, it is on the slideshow mode.
And at mine it is in the slideshow mode. Is it not coming that way?
It's okay. Please go on. Okay.
So it will just, in the second part, I'll just briefly discuss what we have been doing at IIP. Now, just to have an overview about plastics, it's a term that has been used quite frequently in a number of ways, branding plastic and all those things. But a look at, just a glance will give you that plastics are an integral part of our society, and you just simply cannot imagine a world where there are no plastics. Now, why it is so? You have to look at the benefit that the plastic gives you. We all know they are cheap, lightweight, versatile. That means you can mold it in any shape you want. You can develop a plastic as per your requirement. They are durable. They are polymeric materials, and they are mainly being developed, taken away from petroleum. Now, we look at the impact. We have replaced very natural products like wood, wool, cotton, etc. By plastics, which has given you, which conserves your natural resources. It has helped food packaging. Plastic processing is a less intensive, you can say, process as compared to processing metal or glass. Transportation becomes easier because they are lightweight. The healthcare and medical advancements have all been boosted by this development of different plastics. The electronics industry, the mobile and everything, they all have been developed by these plastics. The cars, the aeroplanes, you can all take it into that part. Even in building and construction, now we have replaced all the metal pipes and asbestos pipes by plastic pipes, which are more durable and can even withstand earthquakes. So we can just talk briefly that plastics deliver many direct economic benefits. They contribute to resource efficiency and boost development. But on the other side, we'll look at the other aspect of it. The plastic consumption, well, this is a report from Nature, which said that, okay, by 2050, the plastic consumption could be 33 billion tons worldwide, which is less than half of, which is now around 0.75 million tons. But you're looking at the waste plastics, because once these plastics are utilized, they come out of the system and they are being disposed as waste. There was an assumption, they have assumed that if about 50% of the plastics are also getting recycled, which is the worldwide average only 14%, most of them are going as landfill or ending up as in the marine environment. Now the landfills, we all know, is quite a problem to environment, because there is a lot of leaching going on, toxic materials going on, the groundwater gets polluted, a lot of land gets waste a lot of land gets into wasteland. Even there are reports that gases like methane can be emitted from the landfills. If it migrates to the marine environment, it's even more threatening because they convert it into microplastics, which are accumulating, and they then estimate that by 2050, there will be more plastic than fishes in the marine environment. So that gives us that we need to tackle the menace of waste plastics for sustainable development. As we have seen, plastics are required, but it's equally important we take care of the waste plastics. So the way out is create a new plastic management system where we need to evolution and innovation in production and handling of the whole plastic value chain. Now, it can be happen in broadly two ways. One is creation of an effective after-use economy, which simply means a process, a waste conversion process that is viable both technically and economically. The other part is drastically reducing leakage and other negative externalities, which is basically a behavioral change in the society for proper handling, proper segregation, proper transportation of waste. More the societal aspect, I'll be just concentrating on the first one of an effective after-use economy. So you want to have a process that can convert any waste, or for that matter waste plastic in a particular case. Two things have to be very much evident. One, the process. Since we are targeting the environment, the process in itself should be environment friendly. So there is no point in having a process to treat a waste which in itself is harmful to environment. And for a large scale adoption, the process has to be economical. Because if it's not economical, the government subsidies can push it only up to a limited extent. But for a process to be universally acceptable, it should make economic sense also. Simultaneously, if we talk about the end products, the any conversion process will produce some end product. Now that end product should also be available, acceptable in the market. That is, it should have the specifications that is required for the use of that product. If it is a fuel, it should have the standard fuel norms. If it is a raw material or a chemical, it should meet the purity that is required for the industry it is being targeted. More or less, the product should also have a local market, because transportation of a product makes the process, the whole system uneconomical. And thirdly, the product we are preparing should also be environmentally safe. It's like we cannot just produce an oil and burn it, which is giving you more emissions than what the plastics are giving in the landfills. Based on that, we just have an overview of the waste plastic conversion processes. Some I have divided as a conventional method. These are the processes that are going on now. And broadly, these are two categories. The one is the waste to energy. This waste to energy encompasses all the process we are incinerating to develop electricity, or you are making RDF to burn it, or you are putting into cement kilns, whatever it is. So that's I'd call it as a waste to energy process, which is already going on, but they emit harmful emissions. And more or less what it has come out is that they are uneconomical, because the report says that in US, all the waste to energy plants are actually getting only 14% of revenue by generating electricity. Remaining 50%, 70% they are getting as a tip off for handling the waste. So it's not likely to be very economical. The mechanical recycling is to an extent about 50% in our country, though the worldwide average is only 10 to 15%. Here they take the waste plastics, they recycle it and produce some other product without changing the molecular composition. Now, as this process, they are burning it, they are just heating it to a temperature where some degradation happens, and so there are a lot of harmful emissions which come out because of the aldehyde sort of components which are very harmful. More or less, this mechanical recycling, our product can be recycled once, maybe recycled twice, but at the end they again come back to the same landfill or marine environment. So this does not take care of the end of life plastics. People are working on some newer methods to tackle these type of plastics. Broadly, these are three I have just defined: the plasma pyrolysis or gasification. Now these are again in the elementary stage, and again when we go for plasma pyrolysis or gasification, we end up with a gaseous mixture that again needs to be converted to a product that can be useful. So there the scale is also important, and these technologies are still under development to get a product so that it can be adopted on a large scale. The road building, we have few examples of polymer modified bitumen. There are 2 or 3 technologies that have been developed which are slightly different from each other. In some case, you are actually blending the plastics to the bitumen. In some case, you are coating the aggregates with the plastic and then blending it with the bitumen and then using it for road pavement. Sometimes you are putting a plastic layer beneath the bitumen. So there are 2 or 3 technologies that are being developed, but still we have to see how far they are successful. The third is the chemical recycling, which is, in our opinion, a potential feasible solution. However, there are challenges to it. I'll just discuss this chemical recycling in the next slide. By chemical recycling, we mean converting the polymer to smaller molecules. You can look at how the polymers are being prepared. From the crude oil, we take a lighter fraction called naphtha. From there, we take out the monomers, be it ethylene or propylene, whatever. That goes into virgin plastics, that comes into consumers. Now, from the post-consumer made, the chemical recycling can give you a naphtha-like product. That means it can be degraded and go similar to from where we have started. Looking at the type of plastics, the 4 most commonly used plastic, they account for more than 90%, are the PVC, that is polyvinyl chloride, the polystyrene, the PET, polyethylene, and polypropylene. Now, if I just theoretically, what I am giving on the slide is just that theoretically we can convert these. If we degrade into smaller molecules, PVC will produce HCl and chlorine along with hydrocarbons. Polystyrene can degrade to styrene with other products like ethyl benzene. PET can be hydrolyzed to monomers, ethylene glycol and terephthalic acid. It cannot be converted by pyrolytic process because it's a condensation polymer. The PE and PP can degrade and produce a mixture of gases and liquid and waxy hydrocarbon. That is a huge range of molecular weight. So the plastics, as you see, they all differ chemically, and there cannot be a single process that could be applicable to all type of plastics to give you a very useful product. Based on that, what are the products that we are going to we can probably get from these plastics? Now, these I have just listed a few products. You can get a petrol type component, you can get diesel, you can get grease, you can get lube oils, you can get waxes, LPG, chemicals, probably hydrogen also. So there are a lot of all these products that we're getting from petroleum can be derived from plastics. Look at the mechanism as to when we degrade a product, what happens. Or more or less when we are going for the pyrolytic conversion, then it follows the free radical mechanism. Like when we see in the first red, we are having the polymer. It follows it just breaks into 2 free radicals, then it follows the beta scission, and finally what we end up is 1 alkene and 1 alkane molecule. These molecules again further degrade. So what we are ending up is that we are always going to get a mixture of an alkane molecule and an alkene molecule, and the chain length keeps on decreasing as the reaction propagates. Tin itself is a mixture of the alkane and alkene molecular weight, and as such is a low value product because it's a mixture and does not conform to any standard product that people are using. The technical challenges comes here is to control the carbon number distribution so that we can get the selectivity towards any desired product that we had mentioned. It could be any fuel, it could be any chemical, and we have to induce the molecular emissions to obtain fuel and product that can be utilized. Now the solution lies in technical solution. We have to design a reactor system that should be able to control it. The catalyst has to be developed, which is for primary and secondary conversion so that we reach the targeted product. And there can be additives required to arrest the reaction from propagating to the desired level. From this background, I come to the next part, which is what we have done at IIP. We have been doing a number of processes, but I'm just going to discuss as a case study only one of the process that we have developed and how this is going to have the implication. Now, we have developed a process by which 1 kg of waste plastics can be converted either to a gasoline or a diesel or to a mixture of petrochemicals. Now, here The schematic, you can say we are using catalyst for this conversion. It's a thermocatalytic process, and we are having different catalysts that can take you to the different products. Broadly, it's a thermocatalytic process where in the first step we are doing controlled pyrolysis followed by secondary conversions using a catalyst in the second reactor. Looking at the development side, this we had started as a grassroots work from our laboratory. It's an indigenous technology, and we started at a lab scale from 300 gram. We went scaled up to a 5 kg batch and 10 kg per day bench scale unit, which was merely to evaluate at the lab scale results, generated data so that we can move further. And presently we are having a 1 ton per day pilot plant where we are generating data for the commercial unit, and we hope to build a 10 tons per day plant by 2021 based on this technology. Just a look at the product. As I said, the product should be meeting the standard norms so that this can be acceptable by the society. Now, if I just compare the gasoline that I have obtained and compared with the BS4, BS6 norms, then you can say that it is meeting the specifications of gasoline. Similarly, for the case of diesel, we are able to meet the BS4 and BS6 specifications of the diesel. This diesel we have tested on engines and compared with the standard refinery diesel. And what we have observed is that we are getting emissions which are at par with what we are getting with refinery diesel. The fuel economy is slightly better. So we can safely say that this fuel can be used as a diesel in any vehicle or any genset or any other use without any problem. To consider how this technology is going to impact the society, I have taken one case study that how it is going to affect if plants are put up at Delhi. Now, Delhi is generating about 690 metric tons of waste plastic, which is the CTCB report of 2015. Now, of the 690, we assume that 60% is getting recycled, which leads up to about 275 metric tons of plastics every day not being collected. And if we take only 60% of them to be polythene and polypropylene, we are getting at a figure of 220 metric tons of waste polythene and polypropylene not being collected in Delhi, which are piling up every day. Now, if we try to convert these 220 tons of waste plastics every day, we can put 10 to 20 plants, each of capacity 10 to 20 per day. We are talking about 10 to 20 ton capacity plants because a 10 ton per day capacity plant is likely to be economical as a standalone unit, and we won't be needing any subsidy for the government to run these plants. This diesel can be used for running vehicles or genset or municipal corporations, and they can use it itself. If we put up these plants at Delhi, we have got some figures as what is the impact. So we can get about 4,800 kiloliters of diesel, which will impact about 6 lakh barrel of import. So assuming that 1 liter of diesel can reduce 3 liters of crude oil, we can reduce the import to 6 lakhs barrel per year just by putting up plants at Delhi, which is equivalent to a reduction in import bill up to 40 crores. The greenhouses can be reduced because, as you know, the refinery emits a lot of CO2 while processing the crude oil. Other than that, we can lead to a lot of employment generation. As I said, about 700 to 800 people can get employed if we put this technology in Delhi.
Yeah, Dr. Sanath, sorry to interrupt.
So, with this,
can you just
conclude
as soon as possible?
But,
there is some problem on the presentation because the slides are slightly different than what you are saying. I mean, maybe there is a mismatch on the slides somewhere. So just see if it's possible because it's okay. You can.
I know. And is it not coming now?
Basically, the slides are some different slides, and that is why there is a mismatch. Anyway,
Doc, you're showing the chassis dynamometer and other things, which is instead of showing
which I've already covered.
Yeah, you're not showing the You're not showing the PPT. Sorry, you're not showing the show. You're showing your original PPT. So just go to the next slide. It will be fine. No, go to the next slide. PPT, not in the show, not in the PowerPoint show. In the PowerPoint, exit the show and just show the next slide. Your displays of the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it's
Now, whatever
coming
you're
now.
seeing, whatever we are seeing.
Yeah.
You're seeing applicability of CSIR-IIP gate technology. We are seeing the same thing.
Okay. Now it is correct.
Yeah. So please go to the wherever you need to go.
I think I had covered this part actually, the properties that we had. So I can start from here part, which is the which I already covered, that we have actually started from the lab scale and gone up to the bench scale and then moved ahead to a pilot plant, which is a 1 ton per day capacity pilot plant. And the basic purpose is to generate data so that we can put up commercial plants. And we hope to put a plant at Delhi in next 2 years. Now, I compared that the gasoline and diesel that we are going to get from these waste plastics, they meet the standard specifications of the refinery diesel, and so they can be used as such for refinery process. These have been tested on engines, and as I said, the emissions of the obtained by the engine studies, standard engine studies, and have been compared with the refinery diesel, and they all are at par. So we can safely say that this can be useful used as in engines without any harmful effect. Just to say how this technology is going to benefit if this is adopted, I have taken a case study of Delhi. So if I am going to put a plant at Delhi based on this technology, potentially there are about 220 metric tons of waste polythenes and polypropylenes type of plastics which are getting piled up every day, that is, which are not being collected. The total waste plastics is about 700 metric tons per day, which is being generated in Delhi. Of that, about 200 are safely available for converting by this process. Now, these are the waste plastics which are not being picked up by mechanical recyclers. These are the end-of-life plastics not being picked up by anybody. So that gives a potential of putting about 10 to 20 plants at Delhi of 10 tons per day capacity. If we put up these plants, so we can get about 4,800 kiloliters of diesel, which in turn would reduce to a reduction of 6 lakh barrels of import of crude oil. Maybe a saving of, at the present rate, a saving of about 240 crores per year. And also, since a lot of CO2 is emitted when we process crude oil, that is being saved. So it could be a 24 crores kg of CO2 equivalent, which we are going to reduce as greenhouse emissions. Simultaneously, a lot of labor employment can be generated. We can around 700 to 800 people can be employed if we put up these technologies in Delhi. Now, these can be put up in different cities. I have just taken an example of Delhi to say how it is going to impact. So I can conclude by this from my presentation that plastics have contributed to the economic growth and development. However, this managing waste plastics is a major challenge. The growth requires the development of requirement more and more plastics, and we need to manage them. So innovation is required in all steps of the plastics value chain. That means development of new type of plastic which can be recycled in a better way, designing products, innovative business model, and also applicable recycling technologies. There is enormous potential for utilization of waste plastics for useful purpose and get economic benefits out of it. However, this requires innovation, R&D that is focused to a particular direction, and specific case-specific business models. There cannot be a single technology or single business model that is applicable. It could vary from place to place, could be a different business model for an industry, could be a different business model for a municipality. So depending on the stakeholders, we have to decide the business model and an appropriate technology that can take value out of these plastics. The technologies that we have developed can be very useful to sustain growth and development. And we need to develop more such technologies to utilize the different type of waste plastics which are not being recycled as of now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanath, for the excellent presentation on waste plastic management and sustainable development. If there are any questions, we can take one or two.
Yes, sir. We have one question from our Facebook viewer. And the question is, Can we produce lubricants from plastic waste?
Yes, you can prepare lubricants from plastic waste. As I said, any hydrocarbon can be prepared, but again, you have to control the reaction, develop catalyst for that particular activity and particular molecular range, particular volume range. You can produce theoretically lubricating oil from waste plastics.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you for answering the question, sir. We can move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sanath, for the excellent presentation. And now moving on, our next invited talk was by Dr. Chinmay Kumar Hazra from the Department of Chemistry at IIT Delhi. Presently, Dr. Hazra is the assistant professor in the Department of Chemistry at IIT Delhi. Prior to this, he has the postdoctoral experience in the University of Strasbourg, France, KAIST, South Korea, and KOST at Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He holds a PhD in organic chemistry from the Technical University of Berlin. I welcome Dr. Hazra to make his presentation on borane catalyzed ring opening and closing caskets of furans and reductive carbocyclization of homoalicyclic alcohols, and the current work he is pursuing in the area of activation of small molecules. Over to Dr. Hazra.
Thank you very much. एक ही स्लाइड दिख रही थी वो 24th वाली डायनोमीटर वाली लास्ट स्लाइड
वो तो लास्ट में आने नहीं था
वो पता नहीं किसने दिखाई है
लास्ट में था प्रेजेंट लास्ट में था हमारा
हाँ लेकिन वो क्यों दिख रही थी मुझे इन लोगों ने शेयर किया ना
नहीं हम यहाँ से कर रहे थे
डॉक्टर
hello can you hear me
yeah please
can you see my slides
right now not visible.
Neha, one thing you can do, can you open and go one by one slides from your system? I have already shared my slides.
Okay. Yeah, we are trying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Ganguly, for your kind introduction.
Oh, you are welcome. Yeah.
I would like to thank Dr. Anjana and other organizing committee member, and I am deeply honored and pleased for this opportunity. I am Dr. Chinmay Kumar Hazra, now currently as an assistant professor at IIT Delhi. I will talk about firstly a few things from my postdoctoral research work, and then I will tell about briefly about my current research work, because recently I have joined and I have worked on metal-free catalysis that I would highlight at the end of the discussion.
Sure, you're welcome. Yeah.
If you can open my slide, then it will be very nice to present.
Yeah. You just please give us a minute. The backup team is doing it.
Okay.
So, yeah, please.
First of all, I would like to mention strong Lewis acidic catalysis. You can see 3 pentafluorophenyl borane as a strong Lewis acid, which can activate hydrosilane, hydroborylation, hydroborane, or hydrogen. So, as you know, that hydrogen is a very yes.
So if you have your presentation right now, then kindly share your screen with us. Since we are getting some technical error while opening this presentation shared by you, can you please share your screen with your presentation?
Yeah, I already.
And then run the slideshow.
Yeah, I already shared, but it is not coming up.
It is coming up now.
Is it?
So can you? No, what you have to do? Can I just guide you through the process?
Yes.
Okay, first unshare your screen, please.
Yeah.
Now, when you click on share, you have to scroll down and select the particular file that you are sharing. So first click on share again. And now scroll down to the bottom of the screen, and then you'll see different files. Click on the file that you want to share. So it's 2 steps.
I don't see any.
Right after the microphone on the Microsoft Teams screen.
Yeah, I already did.
Yeah, after you click that, just
okay. I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
perfect. Thank you.
In the first slide, you can see this Lewis acid is very powerful to activate even dihydrogen, which is a neutral molecule. That is very interesting because energy point of view. So then what I developed during my postdoc work at South Korea, you can see a furan kind of feedstock molecule, which can cleave by using this concept of Lewis acidic boron and hydroxylenone together. So first step is like kind of ring opening reaction. And the second step, you can see kind of ring opening and ring closing process. Then if you see the next slide, I can show some NMR monitoring reaction. From that, I can conclude the first step, the ring opening is very fast, and the second step is rather slow. From this NMR controlling experiment, which was done at -70 degree, because of very reactive, Lewis acidic boron. And next slide, you can see some mechanistic study for ring opening reaction. I think many people will be not interested. That's why I'm moving a little bit faster. If you have any question, you can ask me at the end of my presentation. And 2 controlled experiment I have done B and C. You can see for ring opening reaction. And another 2 control experiment I have developed, I have designed and also performed for the ring closing process, where I can show one intermediate, which is very crucial. And from the rate kinetics is first with respect to initial silent concentration. From that, actually, I can conclude that silent is actively involved in the rate determining step, which I have shown here in detail how we calculate the rate order of the reaction of this ring closing reaction. Yeah, you can see some NMR monitoring reaction. How the intermediate, this is the intermediate you can see here. This is homoallylic silane that is formed. That is actually quenched before reaction end up. Like 4 hours generally it will take. We quench the reaction at 2 hours. You can see the product and intermediate mixed here, and this is the isolated NMR. From that we confirm this is the kind of intermediate. That we monitor 13C NMR. From here you can see we can also conclude that this is the one of the intermediate of the cyclization process. After that, we have did product derivatization by using 2 substituted furan. We got exclusively Z-selective homoallylic silane. From the study, we confirmed that. Not only that, I have taken few examples where if you have excess silane with this particular condition, you can have ring closed product of anti-diaster-selective cyclopropane. Not only that, other furan like normal furan, 3-substituted, 2,5-disubstituted furan, benzofuran, all are giving the value-added product. Of course, silicon substituted. This is the overall product derivatization, and this is a product derivatization altogether. Among them, I would like to mention, if you see the celerity cyclopropane, if you do thermal oxidation, you can get anti-diaster-selective cyclopropane, which is also a very useful material in our synthetic organic chemistry. Now I can show you some different, little bit different, but similar catalytic, system. This time I have shown you if you have 2 substituted furan, it can ring open at the more congested position. You can get Z-selective silane, homoallylic silane. If you have excess boron and silane in the same catalytic condition, you can have ring closed product, which is going to concerted mechanism. Now you can see this is kind of intermediate. If you change the hydrogen by aryl moiety, then the total reactivity has been changed, and you can get selective cyclobutane, not cyclopropane. And mechanistically, that is very important. I can show you how the stepwise mechanism is happening here, not the concerted mechanism. So let's go one by one how the mechanism is going. So this is the candidates, or you can think about the starting material either protected or without protected homoallylic alcohol, and not only that pyran derivative you can take. This is the reaction condition. You can have the Lewis acidic BCF catalyst, I mean tricyclic boron catalyst, and silane. You can take either one equivalent or two equivalent. You can have the ring closed product of cyclobutane, which is zinc diastereoselective. Now the question is how this is happening. There can be three different paths: A, B, or C. A is not possible. I can tell you later. But two different paths, either path B or path C, can be operating to get cyclobutane. So how one path is operating, then other, that I can explain now. So we have taken in one pot either E selective alkene or Z selective alkene at the same catalytic condition. We are getting the same product. That means the reaction going through cyclic intermediate or cyclic concentrate. Not only that, if you perform, the previously the separate reaction vessel, and this is the same reaction vessel. If you mixed up 1:1 equivalent, like E alkene and Z alkene, you can have the same cyclized product. From that, I can conclude the reaction going to cyclic concentrate. Now, I have developed more control experiment. So you can see if we change the R group, if we have methyl, where you can see you can get cyclobutane. But if you have more electron donation, then you can have cyclopropane. What is happening here? From that, actually, we can conclude the reaction actually happening through different pathway. Either reaction is going to cyclopropyl, cyclobutyl carbocation, or it is going to cyclopropyl carbocation first, and then ring expansion to cyclobutyl, and then borohydride attack to get your final product. So here I have done kinetic isotope effect leveling experiment. Sorry, effect experiment. Either taking normal silane or dietary silane. From that, I confirm that case by case is one. That is revealing that the last step is not the determining step. So question is which step is the rate determining step. For that, I did what fourth set of starting material I have taken with the same catalytic condition I perform. You can see here rate is different, NMR yield is different in each case when you change the this leveling loop. From that, I can conclude that the fast cyclizative process is the rate determining step. And not only that, I did deuterium leveling experiment. From that, I can conclude that actually deuterium going to this Quintel equation. From that, I confirm that the last cyclization step, actually the borohydride actually attacking at the benzylic cohesion, which is mean that the benzylic carbocation actually form at the before closing the reaction. Not only that, I did Hammett study to know the what kind of reaction it is, either going to carbocation, carbanion, or radical. So from that, I conclude that this sigma, rho value, which is minus 0.6, that means negative means this is going to carbocationic intermediate, and the small number indicates that it is going to early transition state. Then reaction actually bifurcate. How bifurcate? That I will come to the next slide here. You can see the reaction. I have taken this starting material with the 2 deuterium level at the alpha position of hydroxyl group. After the catalysis, you can see before or after isolation, I have measured NMR yield, which is 70% of deuterium level here and 30% deuterium level here. From that, I conclude that actually reaction is going to, after ion pair, two different pathways, either path C or path B. That means reaction is bifurcated. Either it is giving to like cyclobutyl carbocation, or it is giving like cyclopropyl carbocation and then ring expands to cyclobutyl carbocation. Then borohydride attack at this position. Then you can see that is selected cyclobutane. So this is all about the mechanistic study, and now you can see the product derivation. I hope people will be not interested in this slide. So I move forward. Finally, we conclude that the reaction actually going to two different pathway, almost 1:1 ratio. It is going that the stepwise manner, not the concentrated pathway, to get steam selective cyclobutane. So this is all about my postdoctoral work I have developed at South Korea. Now I can focus on the main group catalysis, which is actually I'm doing in my lab. So now you can see one slide I have taken from Professor Siegel in his science paper. You can see how this strained molecule you can synthesize using a Lambert salt. I have shown here the catalytic cycle, and this is the pathway you can generate this Lambert salt. I also synthesized this is gram scale during my study at South Korea. That is very straightforward synthesis in NMR tube. You can synthesize this in situ. That's no problem. So why this is the main group catalysis is so important, because metal actually are very toxic, and not only that, these metal like palladium, rhodium, very expensive. We cannot afford because of limited budget. And not only that, so there are some other advantage in I mean biological sense. The metal free catalysis is very good and well accepted in our community. So therefore, I like to continue my research on metal free catalysis. So one thing I like to mention, with this metal free condition, can we activate like small molecule or volatile molecule like ethylene, acetylene, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide? As you know that carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide very problematic in our environment. So that can we use our synthetic steel to functionalize further to convert the CO2 or CO to use a value to get a value added product. So here I have briefly mentioned how a Lambert salt can be useful to activate the volatile molecule that is like the simple alkene to get value added product after derivatization like thermoflavin oxidation. You can get simple alcohol. Not only that, then my cost of the you can get arylated value added product. There's some other interesting molecule we can have a look. Not only that, in my future development, I can also work on toluene, and not only that, ethyl benzene, so that we can functionalize metal free with the metal free condition, multiple, I mean, different derivatization. That will be also very useful. So currently we are focusing on the energy related issues. So, but at the same time, I would like to mention that we can also develop some fundamentals so that we can generate more, application oriented projects, so that that will be benefited for our country. Yeah, that's all. And lastly, I would like to mention, I'd like to thank to all my supervisor, and not only that, I like to thank CSIR-IIP for this opportunity, and thank you all for listening my talk. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hazra. It was a very interesting talk on borane catalyzed ring opening and closing reactions, mechanistic insights, and reaction kinetic studies, and also your future plans on activation of carbon dioxide, molecules like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, toluene, to other valuated products under metal-free conditions. Well, now we can take a few questions, if you have.
Sorry, my voice is not good. So currently we are taking PhD interview, so that's why my voice is not so good today.
Sorry, sir, we don't have any questions from any of the viewers yet. So I think we can move forward to our next session, which I think our session chair will take care. Dr. Rabba will speak now. Please introduce sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hazra.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Our next invited talk is by Dr. He is from University of Lille, and I have the opportunity to introduce Professor Rava. He is the CNRS Research Director and a group leader at the Institute of Electronics, Microelectronics, and Nanotechnology at the University of Lille, France. He is also an associate editor for the ACS Applied Materials and Interfaces. He has authored and co-authored 580 research papers, wrote 38 book chapters, and has 13 patents to his credits. I welcome Professor Raba to give his invited talk on CO2 utilization in the context of climate change mitigations. Welcome, Professor Rava.
Good morning. Thank you so much. And I apologize because actually this morning I used the wrong link probably to connect, so I was waiting and I thought probably the meeting was not taking running on time, so I really apologize. First, I would like to thank the organizers and particularly Dr. Jain for the invitation. You can hear me, it's okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so, yes, that's perfect. Yeah, so today, yes, I'm challenging a little bit myself on the topics, so I really liked it. I spent a lot of time making this slide. Hopefully, they will be to the level of your audience. So I will particularly look at the CO2 utilization in the context of climate change mitigation. Okay, so before I think I start my talk, I just step back a little bit. This is just a few photos taken in Kaziranga National Park in it was 24th of February this year, and I just came back to France just a week after. I was just locked down until now. So just to show you, this is also very fragile, and we live in a world probably we have to be careful and take quite care on the surrounding and nature. Otherwise, yes, I think we're running too much to disaster, and hopefully it's not the case. And hopefully things also will be much better soon out of this situation we're living now. So I'm coming from France. It's the University of Lille. I work for the CNRS. It's a national research center. So this is our institute. It's about quite big institute. It's about 500 people. So you can see it is completely in the north of France for those who actually have never been in this area. So it's very close to Belgium and London. It's a platform in electronics, although my group is really a group in chemistry, so we mostly focus on nanomaterials and their utilization for various applications, of course in bio, but also in energy storage, in sensing, and particularly also in the environmental remediation, such as photocatalysis, and particularly CO2 reduction. That's the reason I chose really the topic of CO2. So, okay, perfect. The climate change, I guess I would just give some, just to, I guess everyone knows this, but I think it's just to remind some basis. So it's exactly when you have new weather patterns that will last through decades or even over millions of years. That's exactly what you call a climate change. When you look at the climate system, I think that's important. You see you have the atmosphere, hydrosphere, cryosphere, biosphere, and lithosphere. But all of them are interacting. That's actually the dynamic, which is really important. That's why if you really interfere with one, and particularly with atmosphere for CO2, then you will see you have really a big impact all on the living and everything, all the other ones as well. So that's why important. It's really all this interacting network. You have the balance. You have to get really this balance all around it. Okay, so most of what's happening, we get our energy from sun. So that's exactly how it works. Then the excess of energy, it goes back, we give it back. So that's the normal way of working. However, when we have too much CO2 around in the atmosphere, this acts like just greenhouse, so that doesn't let the excess of energy to go back to the atmosphere. So then we warm up actually our Earth. That's exactly what you call the global or climate change. So indeed, CO2, we have it. It's normal. CO2, it's even necessary for our living. It's exactly what we call the photosynthesis. We use CO2 to generate oxygen, and human beings and animals use oxygen to generate CO2. So in a normal and balanced way, there's not a problem. But the problem is just there is too much CO2, and this is due to the human activities. We generate too much CO2, and the CO2 will just act as a greenhouse gases, and that's what leads actually to the global warming. So this is just a scheme that it tells exactly how this whole story works. You see in a normal, just completely down on the left side, This is when exactly without any greenhouse gases. We have the sun, we have energy. The excess energy goes back without any problem. So you have a continuous exchange. So we take excess, we give it back. So when you have a natural greenhouse gas level still, you have the atmosphere, you have some CO2 that retains, it means it acts like a barrier, so you're still warming up slightly. But when you have quite a high concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, that's exactly, you see the incoming energy cannot escape back, and that's exactly what leads to the high temperature increase around the surface Earth, or the Earth's surface, okay? So CO2, so just look at the CO2. I think you have certainly heard a lot about CO2, or at least just give the basis of CO2. CO2 is just a colorless, odorless, and tasteless gas, which is quite denser than air, about 60%. One of the big issues of CO2, but it's not an issue, but you will see that in the context of actually CO2 reduction, it's problematic because CO2 is extremely stable and molecule. So from the energy-wise, it's quite highly stable. So you see the dissociation energy is about 750 kilojoule per mole, which is, you compare to just a simple carbon-hydrogen 430 or carbon-carbon 336 kilojoules. So it means you have to provide quite a lot of energy to break this carbon-oxygen bond. Another issue, again, on the CO2 reduction, because the carbon in CO2, it's already at the highest oxidation state. So it means whenever you reduce, you go reducing, you see, to the different levels as well. You go to +2, to +2, +3. So it means you cannot be selected. That's most of the time what's happening indeed on all the reduction processes. You have a mixture, and if you have a mixture, it means also you have to separate them, then forcingly that adds quite complexity to the system. However, CO2 as it is, of course, it's used nowadays in food industry, like a food additive to regulate the acidity. Soft drinks, of course, you all know about soft drinks, you have CO2 in it. But as a solvent for supercritical CO2, for performing experiments in photosynthesis, for instance, in agriculture. But naturally, CO2 also is used in the photosynthesis. It's exactly, you need to have the plants. You need sun, water, and you consume oxygen, carbon dioxide, and you generate oxygen. That's exactly how life works, and exactly how we actually do survive and balanced in a balanced actually environment. Okay, but this is the normal way. This is the balanced way. However, as human activity generates a lot of CO2 emissions for our needs, for our energy, and our being. You can see here, I just gave you some examples, and it's quite huge, actually, amount of CO2 we actually generate every year from the coal, forcingly, natural gas, cement production, iron steel production, ammonia production. That's just, although in terms of the amount, it's lower, but it's still, you see the. What's important also is the purity. It means when you produce CO2, not all CO2 you produce, it's pure enough. So that's also when it comes to the reduction processes, it's much more complex. Okay, you see today, actually I put it on the website here, you can actually check almost every day the level of CO2 in atmosphere, and I checked it yesterday, it was 417 ppm. You see, compared to before the pre-industrial levels were about 280 ppm. So, and this will actually reach about 500 ppm if nothing is done by 2045, which is close enough in 25 years. So, there's definitely a need to come up with solution, and very soon, even today. Okay, because what does that has as a consequence? So, of course, if you have an increase in temperature only by 1.5 degrees C, then we have the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets to melt, raising the sea levels and extinction of about 24% of plant and animal species. And some islands or even countries, depending on the sea level, can just disappear over a short period of time. Okay, one of the biggest, I think, I would say, solution for this is CO2 capture and sequestration. This is mostly, I would say, the most promising technology today to really to contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions. So ideally, indeed, for each fossil fueled generating plant, you would have such a system to capture the CO2 and to sequestrate. So if you see the numbers here, this just technology can contribute to up to 19% reduction in global CO2 emissions by 2015. This is quite huge. And this, of course, can be applied for different industries such as cement, steel, and chemical industries, for instance. So how does that work? Actually, if you look, it's, of course, you come to the ocean. I will explain the role of ocean, of course, and trees in the CO2 mitigation, but we will see here. The first thing, indeed, if you have, it is just a plant, the ideally you have to capture first the CO2. And you capture it, and then you use an organic solvent, then you separate that from the solvent, then you have to compress the CO2, which is in a gas form, to the liquid. You have to transport that and pump it along a pipeline to go underneath here where you store it. Where you store it, it's about, you see, about 2.5 kilometers below the sea level. And of course, there what you have this layer of impermeable rocks that actually keeps the CO2 in liquid form. If of course, the CO2 becomes again a gas, that's the risk that it will just goes back to the atmosphere, and that's a disaster, because given the amount you can store, it's quite huge and would have a huge and negative impact. Okay, so that's what indeed you need, all the technology of monitoring the CO2 over time and see indeed if it always stays in liquid form, it doesn't escape from this the side of storage. That's exactly what I said, but in a very schematic way. This is really one of the important aspects of CO2 mitigation, is the sequestration. Ocean, I took this part, of course, if you see it, it's in French, because this foundation is called Tara. It's really doing a very nice work actually on CO2. And indeed, it just says that the ocean is really, definitely you have the trees and forests are important, but ocean is as important as well in capturing CO2. And you see, just the ocean actually contributes to absorbing about 30% of the emission of CO2 in the last year over time. And this is, again, comes back what you need. The CO2 just, it's captured from the atmosphere, dissolves with the sun energy. It's used by the phytoplanktonic species to generate, again, oxygen and organic matter. So ocean, again, it's important as forest is important in our lives. This is, I will not spend too much time, but there is something that needs also attention. It's the using microalgae to actually for CO2 sequestration. They're very good works. One has to look at it. I think it's really worth of looking at this type also of technology. I think I will move now to the CO2. I think exactly what people or scientists, most of the scientists are doing now in the laboratory. How can we really use the CO2 and reduce it to added value chemicals or to fuels? I just took 2-3 examples. I took the electrochemical, the photochemical, and the biocatalytic actually processes. But when you look at CO2 and water, if you want to reduce that electrochemically, you see, I gave the price, well, that's not the most important. But what you see, you have 2, 6, 8, 12, and 16, and 12 electron reduction processes. And each of them give different, actually, chemicals. Carbon oxide, formic acid, methanol, methane, ethanol, and ethylene. So that's one of the problems, actually, in this reduction processes, because you can generate, actually, a lot of different chemicals, and that means also you have to separate them. Not only that, but you will see there are also other issues. Here I just gave the different standard potentials, and you see quite often a lot of them actually are very close, which means you cannot really selectively, it's very difficult just to select and reduce CO2 to a given chemical very specifically with the high selectivity. Other problem is the CO2, it's not very soluble in water. So you know, just electrocatalysis, like any catalytic system, you have the catalyst, and you have everything happens at the interface between the catalyst and the liquid phase, the electrolyte, okay? So what you need the CO2 has to absorb on the catalyst surface. Then you have a activation and electron and proton transfer and formation of intermediates. Then they can evolve to the product. The intermediates or the products has also not stick too much to the catalyst surface. They have to diffuse back to the liquid. And that sometimes also that's not very obvious. So the complex itself, especially for electrochemistry, also what's happening often when you go in the reduction process, you generate hydrogen. So we have continuously a competitive pathway which is generated hydrogen generation. The other problem, even today to the industrial level, I think you can reach 3.5 efficiency, not more than that. So it's quite very, very, very low to really make it as sustainable or something which is relevant in a technological viewpoint or industrial viewpoint. It also requires an overpotential. It doesn't happen at 0 volts, so you have to apply voltage, which means you consume energy. Also, it's a process which is depending on the catalyst. The cost, the chemical nature, the stability, so all this adds indeed on to the complexity of the process. Another big issue in the actually CO2, if you have CO2 that comes in form of the gas, the ideal you just use it as a gas, not putting in a liquid form. So there's also the reactor. So there actually recently a lot of work done just on the reactor design, and you see indeed if you use what you call this gas diffusion layer, if you work in the gas phase, it's much better, and you increase much better the performance of the CO2 reduction in added value chemicals. The second example, it's the photon. So it means you just harvest the photons from the sun and make, of course, you need again a photocatalyst, a catalyst, and make use of sun to reduce CO2 to added value chemicals and fuels. The same as for electrochemistry, there are a lot of problems. It's just the selectivity and also the hydrogen, because you see if you look just where the potential occurs, mostly you're very close to hydrogen generation from water. So we will always have also hydrogen generated during the CO2 reduction. Fortunately, you have different photocatalysts, so you have to choose the appropriate photocatalyst with the appropriate band energy, also the price, the stability. Again, it comes back to the same problem. If you have a mixture of products, then you have to add another step, which is a separation. The efficiency is quite low.
Excuse me, Professor Rao. Sorry to interrupt. Is it possible to conclude shortly?
Oh, yes. I have 2 more slides.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. The last example is in this reduction using enzymes. It's a biocatalysis. It's a very, very nice example because you have really highly specific. You can use one enzyme or several enzymes to produce, for example, CO2 for methanol by this multiple enzyme system. It's very selective, but the problem is the enzyme cofactor regeneration, which is actually quite delicate, but also the enzyme cost and stability, which is problematic. Okay, I think that I will just go here to the last. So I put the different methodologies here. So the CO2 capture is certainly you have the membrane separation, chemical absorption, physical. I think it's quite mature technology, but it's quite large energy consumption, and eventually you can have CO2 release because it just, for example, for the physical absorption. The most important technology today is really the CO2 storage and sequestration. A huge amount can really impact the global warming. However, we don't have any data on the impact on land and sea organisms, such as the pH change of the CO2 in the ocean, for example, and if it happened that the CO2 is released in the atmosphere. The photochemical, I told you everything about, and it's here. I put them, I don't have to read them through, but certainly this is a really also important things. And I found the most important thing is certainly it's the education of the public. For me, it's really the most important thing that each of us can contribute to reduce the CO2 amount, but also reduce the global warming. Thanks a lot for your attention. I'm really sorry if I took too much of your time. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Rava, for the interesting presentation on the CO2 sequestration and various routes of its utilization. And now I will just request if there are any questions to be put up. I think we have no questions on this. So thank you so much, Professor Rava, once again for the detailed presentation on CO2 utilization routes. And thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now we move on to the next, which is an oral presentation by Ms. Ruchi Srivastav from ITS Engineering College, Greater Noida. The topic is eco-friendly corrosion inhibitors. I would request Ruchi to keep her presentation strictly up to 8 minutes. Welcome. Please make your presentation.
I request Mr. Ruchi Srivastav to please share her screen and turn her video off. Yeah. We can't see your screen, ma'am. Ms. Ruchi Srivastav, please start delivering your presentation. Hello, can you hear? Please unmute your mic and share your screen and start delivering your presentation, ma'am.
Ms. Ruchi Srivastav, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself and make your presentation. Please move on. Can you hear us? Please unmute yourself. Well, Ruchi, can you hear us? Hello, please unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Please share your screen and make your presentation. Please move on. We are sorry. I think there is some technical problem and we are not able to hear you. So I think this brings us to the end of the session on sustainable development. Thank you. And this is time for lunch break. I hand over to Neha, coordinator, for the further announcements.
So thank you very much, sir, for conducting this session. And we are really sorry, Ms. Ruchi Srivastav, as there is some technical error from your side, and we don't have control from your side, and we can't control the things. So I think now it's a time for lunch, and we are having the sponsors of the event, which we'll be displaying on the screen. The video of few of our sponsors who supported us to conduct this event virtually. We are really thankful to them, and very soon the video will be running about the sponsors material, and kindly rejoin us to continue the session 3, which is innovation and change management after 2 p.m. or you may also join us at 2:15. Please go and take your lunch, and thank you very much for participating till now, and please rejoin after 2:15. Miss Ruchi Srivastav is requested to kindly stop sharing her screen now, since the session is over now and it is concluded, and maybe we can evaluate your slides by our evaluators later, and kindly send us your slides so that we can forward it to the evaluators. So thank you, and we'll see in the session 3 at 2:15 p.m. And meanwhile, we'll showcase our sponsors. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon. Good afternoon.
Cannot hear for some reason. Are you muted? Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, sir. Yeah, we have unmuted ourselves, so please.
Good afternoon, all of you. Hello. Hello, am I audible? Hello. Hello, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. So, so we are, starting this session, the innovation and change management. So, myself, Pranav Das, I feel privileged to chair this session. Uh, so, in this session, we have three speakers, one keynote, and two oral presentations. So in keynote speech, we have Dr. Rajesh Biniwale. He is a senior principal scientist from CSIR-IIP. Uh, he is also holding the professor of Academy of CSIR, and he is also guiding PhD students from of Nagpur and Mumbai University. Currently, he is also contributing as Director General for Research and Resurgence Foundation. He is a scientist entrepreneur and Director of Ecologic Science Technique India Private Limited. He is member of committees such as MOEFCC, MNRE, Pollution Control Board, UNDP, etc. Mr. Dr. Rajesh has done his master's from IIT Roorkee. He holds his PhD education. He had his postdoc experience from Tokyo. He holds many fellowships. He has 50 publications in conferences and journals. He has 6 patents. He has contributed in 4 books and he has a copyright of software. So he is working in collaboration with many of the European countries and Japan. So I welcome sir to present your keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should I start now?
Yeah.
I'm sharing the screen.
Okay.
I hope screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Going into the presentation mode.
Yeah, if please go to the presentation mode. Yeah.
Okay. At the outset, thank you very much, organizers, and particularly Dr. Anjan Ray, for inviting me on this very important event of energy, where I am supposed to talk on the technology which we have developed for the hydrogen storage and transportation. I am talking on the efficient system for transportation of future fuel hydrogen. As we all know, must have been talked many times, but as we all know, there are the 4 pillars for taking the fossil fuel economy to the hydrogen economy, and out of which delivery to the station is one of the important pillar. That is our focus. And what we are talking about is particularly transportation of hydrogen from point A to point B, irrespective of the distance, and very efficient way. What are we talking about is liquid organic hydride, shortly known as LOH. And if you compare the LOH potential for hydrogen transportation, along with available possible methods of, these are not all the methods, but these are some of the representative methods which we have here. So the x-axis on this particular graph is indicating the weight percent capacity, that means gravimetric capacity of hydrogen transportation by different mechanisms. And y-axis represents volumetric capacity, that is the kg of hydrogen to be carried per meter cube of the storage. Now, when we look at all these various methods available or whether alternatives available, they are either good on the weight basis or the volume basis. And whereas what we need is a line at a 45 degree basically. So the earlier Department of Energy, DOE USA, had a goal of 6.58% of hydrogen storage, as well as something like 62 kg of hydrogen per meter cube of storage. That was the goal. This goal was revised downwards in 2015, and actually it is being said that 5.1% and then almost like 45 kg per meter cube of hydrogen storage is a revised goal, because none of these technologies could reach on the both the basis, weight basis and the volume basis. Whereas the LOH potential is actually slightly more than what was earlier DOE goal. So there is a worthwhile having some technology developed or having explored this LOH for hydrogen storage and supply. And therefore we have put our lot of time into this. Now let's look at some of the chemistry point of view, what is that important in these molecules and how these molecules can be used for this particular hydrogen storage transportation. So the basic candidates like methyl cyclohexane, cyclohexane and decalin, there are several more, but for this purpose of today I am just comparing these three. They actually carry either 3 moles of hydrogen or 3 moles of hydrogen in each cyclic molecule. And more importantly, they like if I compare only cyclohexane and methyl cyclohexane, because decalin, when it gets converted to naphthalene, naphthalene has got a problem of solidification and sublimation as well. So the lines and other things in the systems becomes challenging, and therefore we just ignore the decalin to naphthalene reaction. Whereas we talk about the cyclohexane and methyl cyclohexane, look at their boiling points and the melting points and the hydrogen weight percent contained. And the boiling point of cyclohexane and methyl cyclohexane are like water and close to even what liquids. They are liquid at a normal temperature and pressure. Although the cyclohexane has got slightly more weight percent of hydrogen storage as compared to methyl cyclohexane, because you have added methyl group over here, and therefore as a total weight you just have 6.1 weight percent of methyl cyclohexane or 6.2 actually. The figure has to be slightly changed. What happens is, if you look at this graph over here at the right hand side, it says that at around 200, at around something like 300 degrees centigrade or slightly less than 300 degrees centigrade, this is the equilibrium conversion which is possible thermodynamically for cyclohexane, methyl cyclohexane and decalin. Since decalin we have kept out, now the methyl cyclohexane, which is at around 300 degrees centigrade, which is having a good equilibrium conversion, is definitely a candidate for LOH to be used for hydrogen storage and supply. This is the overall scheme where we are talking about that hydrogenation will occur at the hydrogen production facility. It could be a refinery where the hydrogen is produced, or it could be chloroalkyl industry where hydrogen is available as a waste, and which is otherwise also a problem. Some chloroalkyl industries have started using this hydrogen very recently, but earlier it was definitely a waste, and a waste which is inflammable waste. So if you look at the toluene hydrogenation using the catalyst and around 200 degrees centigrade temperature, you get methyl cyclohexane. And as I said, methyl cyclohexane physico-chemical properties are such that they are liquid and they can be transported near ambient temperature using simple lorry kind of structure, which currently transporting gasoline. So the properties, almost other properties also matches with the gasoline, and therefore you can safely transport using this lorry. Once the lorry reaches at the fueling station or where this hydrogen is required to be delivered, a reverse reaction is possible at slightly higher temperature, generally 300 to 370 degrees centigrade, and a catalyst can be used over here again. And this catalytic reaction, catalytic dehydrogenation reaction, actually gives you back the toluene and the hydrogen. Since the toluene is a condensable part of the system, you can easily separate out and therefore the hydrogen here is the purest form hydrogen. I can compare here it with the possible alternatives like steam methane reforming, where you have a lot of cleaning of the gas. Once you reform a gas is created, you have a lot of cleaning because CO and CO2 are existing over there. So low water ship gas reactions as well as separation of the CO2 becomes an important and energy penalties over there. Whereas here you get the hydrogen, which is more or less pure hydrogen and can be supplied to the fuel cell plant. These aromatics which are generated in the reaction can go back for the hydrogenation reaction. So the loop gets complete, or aromatics can be sold as a solvent to the industry, depending upon the choice and depending on the economic feasibility at the particular location. We worked on various aspects as I written in the abstract. We worked on the catalyst, we worked on the reactor, we worked on the entire system upgradation, we worked on the life cycle analysis, carbon footprint, everything. So I'll take some glimpses of it and the catalyst design strategies which we have taken here. Basically, the rate determining step in the catalyst we have analyzed, and the rate determining step was you have to have an interaction between, because we are using most of the time bimetallic catalyst. So it is a proton exchange between two catalysts is one of the reaction which was rate limiting. So what happening was if you have this hydrogen dehydrogenation reaction occurring on some catalyst like nickel, if you add small amount of platinum, it actually allows removal of hydrogen immediately from this catalyst where the dehydration is occurring and this hydrogen is in an attached activated form to form a molecular hydrogen and remove the hydrogen as a gas from the system, thereby shifting the equilibrium towards more formation of hydrogen, towards more dehydrogenation reaction. Somehow in the reaction, since the proton transfer is there, there is a reverse electron transfer, and therefore the catalyst is always in the reduced condition, and therefore catalyst is more active. So using this catalyst design strategies, we have gone with uniform distribution for metallic nanoclusters catalyst, wherein we have bimetallic catalyst with a close electronic interaction with each other, and as well as we have gone into the core shell model, wherein we have a core at one metal at the core, other metal at the shell. So this type of catalyst we have studied, and there are different types of catalyst which has been generated. I will come to the advantage and then I will go to the reactors and other things. So the advantage of LOH route for the hydrogen storage delivery is inexpensive catalyst material for dehydrogenation of cycloalkanes. We minimize the use of platinum, but still the small amount of platinum is always good to maintain the selectivity of the reaction. In presence of even small amount of the platinum, other reactions such as hydrogenolysis do not occur, and therefore it is important to keep the selectivity toward dehydrogenation because we don't want any contamination into the hydrogen. Catalytic reactor for dehydrogenation with minimum 90% plus one-step conversion efficiency, which we have achieved by generating a reactor by designing and modeling a reactor, which is a kind of a pulse spray reactor. This reaction is an endothermic reaction and definitely requires energy. And also, it is always good to keep the reaction under unsteady state condition, which will be more favorable. And therefore, to keep the unsteady state condition into the reaction system, what we have done is the reactor is a pulse spray feed reactor. The feed of the methyl cyclohexane is in a pulse mechanism and is an atomized spray as it is being introduced on a heated solid catalyst. So it is a heterogeneous liquid reactant, solid catalyst reactions. Demonstration for more than 6% gravimetric and more than 60 kg per meter cube of volumetric hydrogen storage capacity, which we have already done, and the cost effectiveness and energy balance, which I have also done. So I will explain it that in future. Energy point of view, when we looked at kind of two parts of the energy requirement calculation for this is the energy for consumption during the process of dehydrogenation. Otherwise, this is the energy production by hydrogen made available through LOH. So if you look at the ratio of these energies, ratio of energy generated divided by divided by the amount of energy consumed, this ratio becomes 4.36. That means less than 25% of the energy consumption into the system, which is worthwhile exploring these reactions. Again, this is one of the most important. We looked at the carbon footprint reduction, and the carbon footprint reduction which we thought was we will calculate, suppose 300 kilometer per transportation one time and save some years together what happens with the gasoline vehicle, as compared to that same vehicle is using hydrogen as a fuel, and for supplying the hydrogen LOH is the system, then in that case we can almost save something like 350 tons of CO2 per year. So this is one of the very important point in the carbon footprint. This technology is quite, this IPR is quite well established now. We have an Indian patent, US patent and European patent, all granted, and also we have done the PCT. Comparative, what we are trying to do is along with the liquid organic hydride versus hydrogen pipeline, compressed hydrogen and liquid hydrogen. If you look at it carefully, we are talking about all those methods which are transporting hydrogen for a long distance or point of production to point of supply. We are not talking about the metal hydrides, which are generally good for onboard storage of hydrogen if you are talking about the vehicles. Metal hydrides, we are not competing with the metal hydrides, we are competing with this kind of technologies, and these kind of technologies are already in the Air Products USA already have got, and there are several other people who are these technologies in the field. Whereas liquid organic hydrides, we are at a stage, I will explain where we are. So this is the current status of the technology. The one which you are seeing is a prototype which is developed for 1 normal meter cube per hour of hydrogen production. And the reactor in the inset which you are seeing is a spray pulse reactor, and it's a very complicated reactor as such, but at the same time we have completely made it, automation has been done, and therefore it can be automatically operated completely, all features and these are the orange colors which we are seeing, these are the spray injectors, the nozzles which are injecting the methyl cyclohexane through a manifold, and there are such 4 manifolds across the reactor, and the catalyst is placed in vertical cylinder, and we are using carbon cloth as a support to the catalyst, and there are different biometallic catalysts being coated on it. We have zeroed down for a commercial purpose what catalyst we will be using. That I am not disclosing here, but at the same time we definitely have zeroed down on it. This particular thing which make these nozzles which will spray intermittently as a spray pulse mechanism, also there is a particular sequence of spraying over here, and therefore what happens in the inside is the catalyst is a heated one, and it is sprayed with a small amount of liquid on it, which changes its phase from liquid to gas, almost like 135 times volume increase, and it forms a dense vapor phase in the close vicinity of the catalyst, which is very important for catalyst reactant contact for improved efficiencies, as well as since it is can be easily removed after reaction, the catalyst is kept in the high temperature range only, and therefore keeping the efficiency of the catalyst uniform. So this unsteady state condition created on the catalyst surface is very useful for learning. The prototype we developed is, I already spoken, that is 1 normal meter cube per hour, which is equal to 90 gram of hydrogen per hour to be supplied. System is also integrated with 1 kilowatt of a fuel cell stack, which we brought from the outside, which is like a brought out item. 100 cycles of the catalyst system which we have used, and LOH with 6 to 8% weight, which we have tested different, but 6 weight percent and 62 kg per meter cube, that is what is the we have efficiencies more than 90% and a pure hydrogen supply of 99.99. In fact, some entrainment, if it can be removed, it can be another 9 can be added into this. The cost of hydrogen supply will be competitive, which we have worked out complete ROI and other things on this. And if somebody has to deliver this hydrogen using this particular technology, what would be the cost and what would be the kind of ROI which we have evaluated. Best suitable technology for hydrogen transportation to the long distances, particularly if the distance between the point A and a point B is more than 250 kilometers, our LCA study says that it becomes more feasible after the longer distance. So the LCA which we have done is also a part of it. Initially we started this project with intention of having the fuel stations around and the hydrogen being supplied to the fuel station. However, the fuel cell cars and the hydrogen run cars in this country still is a distinct scenario. Although there was a previous goal of MNRE by 2020, they wanted to put 1 million fuel cell cars on the road, but that is seems to be slightly shifted now. We missed that date and we have revised those dates now. Now, in that situation, we need to find out the alternative usage of this technology, and this is possible to find out in different ways. One is telecom tower application. There are a lot of telecom towers which requires power, and if you look at this pie chart over here, what you look at is blue color is 6 to 10 hours, the brown color or the brick color is 10 to 16 hours, and the other color is something like more than 16 hours. These hours are power outage for the telecom tower, and this is a very difficult story, and currently they are using diesel gensets. Cost wise we have to compete with the diesel gensets, that I know, but the emissions wise we are definitely much better than the diesel gensets. And the telecom tower application is the first application which we are going to explore with this technology. And in this case, about 1 to 3 normal meter cube per hour of hydrogen supply, particularly 3 normal meter cube per hour of hydrogen supply is more than sufficient enough for most of the telecom towers. So in that case, our prototype is almost ready for this. We are adding 2 more reactors into it so that we can go to 3 normal meter cube per hour. And in the same space, whatever the you have seen those photographs, we will be able to give power to the telecom tower. This is the ultimate aim, and this is what is the dream which I am carrying with me, and at the NERI which we are looking at it. Ultimately, we require to go to the fueling station. This is a cartoon which shows that a hydrogen fueling station is there, and an organic hydride reaching in the lorry kind of structure. And the red box which you are seeing here is going to be the LOH technology, this dehydration technology over here, which will be generating hydrogen for supplying to the fuel cell vehicles. And the target which we have is 100 normal meter cube per hour of the hydrogen, which will be sufficing enough to supply 5 kg of hydrogen to 300 cars. And these 300 cars each can run 300 miles using 5 kg of hydrogen. Liquid organic hydrides with the 6.8%, although we said we will be slightly revising it to 6.2 or 6.1. We had achieved a lot of reactor efficiencies. Reactor efficiency is expected to go down, and therefore there will be multiple reactors here stepwise. One step reaction efficiency at a larger step is expected to go down. And established life of the catalyst 6 months at least, but we will try for more. 6 months we are by some of the methodologies which we estimated that it is possible. So this is how it is there. Thank you very much. And these are some of the sponsors and some of my mentors who has helped me to develop this technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So now I invite question answers from the participants, if you have any.
Yes, sir. There is a question from Vishal Thalar.
But I'll have to see you back, and I don't have number right now.
Yeah. Any more questions? Okay, sir, I have one question. So, if I just compare gasoline-powered, genset or diesel-powered genset and the fuel cell-powered genset for, typically for 1 kilowatt power generation, which one is more efficient?
Efficiency in terms of what?
In terms of performance. This
performance-wise, fuel cell is definitely efficient, because if you look at IC engines, power conversion rates are very low. If you look at ultimate efficiency by IC engines, it is something like 16 to 20%. Whereas 50% efficiency for the energy can be obtained through the fuel cells.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
I will have to leave because at 3:30 I will be there for 20-25 minutes more. but I will have to leave because 30 I have to start our program of World Environment Day at Niri.
Okay.
So I'm preparing over there, so I have to move there.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your wonderful talk. Now I invite Shubham Saxena for the oral presentation from MNIT Jaipur.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
Okay, sir. I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Is it visible?
Yeah, it is getting.
Okay. Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shubham Saxena. I'm an MTech student of MNIT Jaipur and research scholar in CSIR-CRRI for doing my MTech project. I'm here to discuss my reviews on performance of bituminous mixtures with high RAP content in HMA mixes. Okay. So any hardened surface that is constructed basically for the purpose of movement is known as pavement. As we have seen the bituminous roads in our day-to-day life, we all know that these pavements are made up of aggregates and bitumen. And after a particular service life of these pavements, the roads start deteriorating and there is need of applying an overlay or to reconstruct the roads. But when these resurfacing or maintenance is carried out, the existing asphalt pavement material is removed, which is commonly known as RAP, that is reclaimed asphalt pavement. Okay. So as we can see, with the help of the machine, the deteriorated asphalt layer is removed and is crushed in the form of different sizes of aggregates as shown in the figure. Okay. The properties of these aggregates already coated with bitumen are satisfactory and can be recycled by using them in new pavements. Now let us discuss few advantages of RAP first. Okay. As the virgin aggregates are in scarce commodity, virgin means the conventional aggregates that we normally use in our mixes are in scarce commodity and they are costly. That is, they cost approximately about 1200 rupees per ton. So it is better to use RAP as an alternative to virgin materials as it is cost effective. Now, if we discuss about the environmental benefits, we all know that bitumen is a fossil fuel and requires a lot of energy for its production. But as RAP already contains bitumen, it helps in reducing the use of fresh binder. Moreover, when overlaying of pavement is done, the existing layer is scrapped from the surface and considered as waste and is dumped on the other side. But if we recycle it, then it can surely reduce the waste and the energy. We'll be also discussing the technical benefits in the coming slides. Now, the question that comes to our mind is that why there is need to study on this topic. Now, as per IRC, the Indian specifications for the roads, they clearly states that up to 30% of RAP can be used in the new mixes. But if somehow we manage to increase this percentage a little, then the cost of material will decrease. The disposal of RAP can be easily done and we can move one step towards sustainable development. Now, based on the discussion till now, it is somewhat clear that RAP is surely a better alternative, but then why its usage is restricted only to 30%? The answer to this question is that because of the presence of already aged binder and its high viscosity, it is very difficult to produce a workable mix. So in order to solve this problem, we can use some rejuvenating agents that can help in reducing the viscosity and also produces a workable mix. As we can see, there is an aggregate that is a RAP particle which is already coated with the aged binder, the black outlining of this. When we apply rejuvenator, it diffuses the binder like it is shown here. The red marked line is the rejuvenator and it diffuses with the bitumen and it reduces its viscosity, making it workable. These rejuvenating agents can be organic as well as petroleum products, for example, waste vegetable oil, waste engine oil, and there are many more. Several research are also going on these rejuvenating agents and their dosage in the mix. Now, utilizing RAP is very useful in terms of environmental and financial considerations instead of constructing new pavement. But there are still numerous drawbacks of reclaimed pavement design, which are attributed mainly due to the evolving properties of aged RAP binder. So to know whether it is a better mix or not, we have to go for performance testing. Okay. So this is mainly done to balance cracking and rutting. Cracking is like when the structure cracks due to the excessive movement of the vehicle, and rutting is when the structure the tire shape is present on the road. Okay, so if we apply dosage of rejuvenator, a high dosage of rejuvenator, it will cause rutting, and if we will apply low dosage of rejuvenator, it will cause cracking. Now we will be discussing the effect of high RAP content one by one on different tests, namely tensile strength ratio, rutting resistance, fatigue life, moisture induced susceptibility test. These all will also tell us the technical benefits of RAP. Now like as per IRC 37 should be greater than 0.8. In order to accept for the mixed results, shows that this tensile strength ratio value of RAP mix is approximately 15% less than that of the virgin mix, but still manages to be more than the minimum value as specified in the code. Okay, and if we see the results of rutting test, we found that the rutting resistance of RAP is almost twice as that of conventional mix. The main reason behind these better results is the presence of aged binder. Talking about fatigue life, with increase in RAP percentage, the fatigue life also increases, but up to some extent, and then started decreasing after a certain point. Findings of various research showed that up to increase. Now, creation of potholes on the road. This means that bitumen mix is susceptible to moisture and the properties of the mix degraded when it comes in contact with moisture. But as our RAP aggregates already have coating of aged binder on it, the fragments have a fewer risk of water penetration. And thus, RAP
Hi.
mixes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Shubham. Shubham.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to wrap up your talk.
Yeah.
With
I'm just
one
concluding
minute.
my. Yeah. Okay. Like RAP mixes are less susceptible to moisture as compared to conventional mix. Now I would like to conclude my presentation here with few key points. Rutting resistance and fatigue life is likely to be increased for higher RAP mixes. Also, the dosage of rejuvenating agent plays an important role in making a workable mix and also affects the performance of the mix. Based on different research, it was found that waste vegetable rejuvenator gives note by various research, it is clear that cost of per ton of 100% RAP mix would be reduced to 50 to 70% as compared to that of virgin mix. Based on different research studies, it was found that 50% RAP specimen shows almost same or better properties than that of 100% virgin mix. Okay, in the past 20 years, RAP is used worldwide to reduce the use of virgin aggregates in the new pavement. This helps in reducing bitumen content, like extinction of natural resources, as well as abbreviating energy. So there is a need of increasing this percentage that is limited to 30% in order to utilize the properties of RAP at its fullest and also move towards sustainable development. Here are some references that I have used while making this presentation as well as while writing my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I request any of the audiences if you have any question. So if there is no question, we can go to the third speaker. I invite Mr. Srija P from NIT Calicut to present his topic, development of antivirus filter mask. Mr. Srija. Are you available? Hello? Hello? Yeah. I think Srija is available here. Can you hear me, Srija? Hello? Hello, Srija? Hello? Yeah, maybe because of the technical issues, we are not getting her voice. Yeah, she is again. Yeah. Srija, you can share your slides. It is appearing actually. Yeah. It has appeared, so you can continue your talk with slideshow.
Schedule?
Yes, sir. Just maybe 5-10 minutes after it, your session will start. So we are this is the last talk of third session. So immediately after that, your session will start, sir.
No. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. So we apologize for the inconvenience. Actually, we are not getting the voice from Seja. So we are concluding this session, and I invite Srimati Poonam Gupta. She is a senior principal scientist of CSIR-IIP, and she is heading the division Automotive Fuel and Lubricant Application Division of IIP. She will be chairing the next session of digital application in energy. So I just hand over this virtual platform to Madam.
Thank you, Pranav. Good afternoon, everyone. It has been a very informative and interesting session so far. The theme of this session is digital application in energy, which is very relevant to the present scenario. I'm privileged to introduce the eminent speakers of this session, Dr. Anup Singh, Dr. Devraj S., Dr. Saptrishi Debaroy, and Mr. Nitin Mohan. So I would now like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Anup Singh, who is a professor in the Department of Industrial and Management Engineering at IIT Kanpur. He received his PhD degree from Department of Mathematics and Statistics from IIT Kanpur. He was also a visiting assistant professor to Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. So over to you, Dr. Anup Singh. Dr. Anup Singh, can you hear us? Dr. Anup Singh?
Actually, madam, he was just available. He was just
Yeah,
asking.
that's what,
Yeah.
yeah. He was just inquiring, so I thought, and he can be seen there, but I
Yeah,
don't.
he is here. Yeah, he has joined.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not sure why, but the team sometimes behaves very funny. We do a lot of online meetings. It's not allowing me to now share my screen. It's a bit interesting. I don't know why. Is it something disturbing from your side? Can you please check it?
No, not sure. Why don't you, to save time, why don't you just mail the presentation to one of us? That will be faster. Then we can share it from here.
Okay, I'm just sending it across to you. Just give me one moment, huh?
I'll put the email ID on the chat box. Just you send it to that one, please. I've just put the email ID on chat. You can send it there.
Just 1 minute. Huh? I need to still share my screen, so I'll still keep on working on sharing, finding a way to share my screen. Okay, so I have sent it just now.
Yes, sir. You just send your PPT to us. We will share from our end. You need not to share your screen.
I sent it.
Yeah, we will just run this PPT from our end, and you can keep on giving your talk.
I'm also sending you two websites. Can you just open it also, please? Right.
Yeah, I think it is now appearing. So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for this delay. Sometimes it happens with as the technology sophistication is moving northwards, reliability southwards. Okay. So thanks for this platform to talk about digital applications. So I'm not sure what was your expectations, but given the 15-20 minutes time I have, I wanted to show something which we are doing currently and how it is being put to use to some of the practical applications. So I will try avoiding going deeper into the discussions because I have avoided my slide to be like that. Next, please. Okay, so and of course I will limit my discussion to our sector only because this is the area where I largely work on. Although we do have some interest in energy sector broadly also, oil and gas and as well as in coal, but we limit ourselves to power and renewable. So as far as the exercise of digitalization is concerned, across the supply chain, starting from generation, transmission, and distribution, I will talk only from those perspectives where we can apply some digital tools. Of course, there is digital application everywhere in control of the power plants, in monitoring and everything. So we are not going to talk about that. We are going to talk about digitalization as we see it from outside, the end user or as a researcher or as an application developer. So in the hardware context, of course, largely what we talk about is metering infrastructure, which is available at generation, transmission, and distribution interface points, and at the interface point of the consumer also. This metering, which was traditionally based on, you all electromechanical kind of devices, but now you have digital meters, and the next is, of course, you have now these smart meters, which have the data capability as such. So that is the hardware part of it, generally, which I'll try to cover to some extent. And the software part of it is how do we apply variety of digital tools which can be used to either in forecasting, scheduling, power procurement optimization, market modeling, analytics. It's endless, literally. You can do a variety of things, and of course, you can do a lot much work in financial modeling as such. But I'm skipping that right now. Next, please. Smart metering, why I want to spend some time, because this is something which is being talked out, and also the last, not the current one, but the last amendment to the Electricity Act 2003 did talk about, in some sense, giving a legal mandate for smart metering. But the current amendment, which is being considered at Ministry of Power, and for which today is the deadline for submitting the comments. That one is not specifically talking about smart metering or prepaid metering, but the tariff policy does talk about it. So what is smart meter? It's just electronic meter with data communication and with some remote configuration capabilities. And what are the benefits? Benefits are to the consumers as well as to the utility. To the utility, it reduces, of course, they have to invest. It reduces cost of metering and billing. If it's prepaid metering, it reduces, of course, the revenue collection. If it's online payment, even then it reduces to some extent the revenue collection administration cost. It can be used for demand side management depending upon metering capability. And of course, for example, you can set load limits. You can have dynamic load limits or real-time load limits if the meter allows those kind of capabilities. It does help a lot in RE integration. Although you can, of course, integrate without a smart meter also. But it helps because it helps you to online monitor the system, and it allows you to sort of optimize your consumption and think about where you want to inject into the grid or store it for later use. And this can, of course, be used for load and generation profile forecasting as well. Next, so now, of course, I will be moving towards some of the applications that we are developing, and we'll try to talk about. Information technology space. But it does allow you to perhaps in future apply or implement some innovative tariff settings. We are not going to talk about that. And of course, it can also promote decentralized energy market in future. I'm also not going to talk about it, but it's also an interesting topic that we are looking at. Next, please. Sorry. I'm going to talk about these three initiatives where we have tried to make use accessible publicly. The third one is still on the intranet, but I'm not sharing the screen. Otherwise, I would have shown you that as well. Can you please open one of those web links which I have sent to you? It's on your email. Or it's on your...
Yes, we are doing this.
In the meanwhile, you can go to the next page, please. Next slide. Yeah, next one. Yeah. Okay, of course, we are part of Department of Industrial and Management Engineering, and we have a lot of interest in analytics space, and we also have interest in energy. So that's we have energy. Yeah, please next. So what we need to do is we realize that as a researcher, we have always been facing this problem that there is a lot of data available, increasingly a lot of data being made available at different places across the country, at state level, at center level, but it remains decentralized it will analysis, as we all researchers often face this kind of a challenge. Embarked into an exercise which lasted almost for 1.5 to almost like 2 years. We developed our system for compilation of this data, and then it has been structured in a database format. And this is now available in data visualization form through the EL's website. And, of course, we are doing this data visualization currently just to give an idea to the different kind of stakeholders about what's happening. So it becomes like your dashboard. But at the same time, we're also working with some of the analytics tools which can help utilities save a lot of cost. And this is something I'll mention to you what we have done and how the country is able to save a lot of cost on account of those works. Next, please. Next, we'll come to next, I think. So, of course, we have 3 kinds of dashboard. One is power system. So, we cover 3 aspects EL. One is power system, power markets, and power balance. Power balance is more about understanding the macro level data. But the first one, the most important one, the power system dashboard essentially gives you a holistic idea at the national level, at the state level, demand, supply, its intricacies and all that. Power market dashboard gives you everything about the different kind of market segments and how the price movements happen and what kind of analysis which can be done. And this is the balance dashboard is more of a macro level picture about what is the transition happening and how the system constituents are imposing different kind of energy demand. Next, please. So this is the energy analytics portal. Can you please open that first web link?
Yeah, sir, we can share that web link. Shall we share this?
Okay, so of course, yes.
Yeah.
So this is anybody can access this. It's freely accessible. You just need to register. You can see a few things here, but if you register, you can see much more there. So you can see the power system, the system dashboard, market dashboard, and balance dashboard. So you can see this is the current prices for the current time block, which is 15-minute time block. If you can see right at the center, it says damn price. So for the current time block, which started from 3 to 3:15, at the top you can see there are micro charts. It's just like a market monitoring tool, a system monitoring tool, which is available here. And if you can click on all India, northern region, western region, if you click each one of them, you can see. Right now, if you click, probably it will ask you for the login. Unfortunately, we are not able to share it. Otherwise, I could have shown you many more things. So it gives you regional level information. It gives you state level information also. For login, I think I just tells you about demand, it tells you about supply on the right hand side. The bottom left, it tells you about market, and the bottom right tells you about something about security constraint economic dispatch. Now, this is basically an optimization exercise which was proposed by POSOCO and which has been implemented now in the country. By the power system operator implemented it, we also developed a parallel sort of tool at our end to mimic the same thing. And we did some experiments with that, and we were able to figure out that if POSOCO adopts multi-period optimization, they can save anywhere around at least 2 crore rupees per week extra. And we presented this suggestion to POSOCO, telling them that why don't you adopt also multi-period optimization. And now they have implemented it, so their revised procedure, they are also doing multi-period optimization. So this is a direct practical application of tools and models which were developed and which are being used by somebody. And that's actually my also suggestion to the researcher as such. Of course, all of you are engineers and researchers. We are very good in doing research, from a scientific perspective. But many times we often lose sight of where is it going to end finally. So this is a direct impact and something which was adopted and finally implemented also. My suggestion to those, and you can share this link further within your research groups also. We have also started making available certain data for download purpose, because we know researchers like us, we also need data. So for example, if you want to use certain data for some modeling exercise for state level demand profile, right? You can get the weekday and weekend demand profile from EL portal and download it. Just acknowledge it and that's it. Right? It's all accessible there. Can you go to the PPT, please? Here, variations and all that, that's available there. And this can be viewed at each region level. And if you go to the state level, you can select each state and also see this information. Next. If this is something, it is coming from the state level. So this is the state level dashboard, and this is for the state of Uttar Pradesh. So this is, you can see the profile, and this date you can read is 4th February. So obviously this is an earlier picture. So this is the profile of 4th February. You can see what is the import, what is the demand, what is the generation, and what kind of bilateral energy procurement they are doing from other parts. Next. Now, this is something which is from our development portal. So this is not accessible outside right now. We have also been suggesting that different states tradability index based on this, and which was part of our newsletter, and which we have been publishing for a few volumes, and now it's available online. Next, please. Okay, this is there are a few more things actually I could have shown you from the development portal side. Is we have developed now a online optimization tool which can be applied to any state, and you can directly see the kind of scheduling they have implemented versus the kind of scheduling that could have been optimal, and the reasons thereof. What kind of temperature ranges you can play with, what kind of temperature needs to be set, and what kind of potential of energy saving is there. Next, please. I think, yes, this is something which we are going to make as a available on a social platform, and anybody can download and copy it and develop it. So it's going to be available freely at a social platform in few months' time. This portal is internally already ready, but we are just trying to do some more development. Anybody can do it. Within your institution, take it home, to your factory, wherever anybody wants to implement it. Next, please. I think that is it. And then, of course, you can at some point look at some information at this particular portal as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for such a
presentation में दिख रहा है, लेकिन ऑडियो आ रहा है, जो बोल रहा है ना वो आ रहा है.
So I think there are no questions. We move on to our next speaker, Raj. Talking on mesoporous graphite carbon nitride, a new promising electrode for high energy supercapacitors. So over to you, Dr. S. Devraj.
Thank you, Chair, for. Can you see my slide?
No, not yet.
लेकिन 10 मिनट तक प्रेजेंटेशन इसमें नहीं चल रहा, इसमें चल रहा है, अभी चल रहा है ना, अभी देखिए आ रहा है, जैसे इसमें 4 आ रहा है, इसमें 9 आ रहा है, 9 आ रहा है.
Just give me a moment.
लग रहा है ये ऐप का, ऐप ऐसे कुछ ब्राउजर ऐप का ब्राउजर से इसमें ऐप से, क्योंकि इसमें सारे तो सही चल रहे हैं. यूट्यूब देखो ना, यूट्यूब चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है? वो चल रहा है सर, लेकिन इस ऐप का BI लिखा हुआ आता है, ऑडियो भी आ रहा है यूट्यूब में.
I hope you can see now.
इसमें presentation था ऐसे ही इसमें था
Now it's visible. And Dr. Deepak, before you start, I request please stick to the time because we are running behind schedule.
Sure. Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. Organizers, including Mega Sarma and me here in this virtual conference. Actually, this session is about the digital application in energy, but I'll be slightly deviating. My presentation will be on the energy role in the digital application. Right. So I'll be talking about the mesoporous graphitic carbon nitride, a new promising electrode material for high energy supercapacitors. In the morning, during the inaugural session, Dr. Ajay Roy, Director CSIR-IIP, and Dr. Malhotra, Director General Federation of Indian Petroleum Industry, actually mentioned about or stressed upon about the importance of renewable energy and creating a sustainable future for the future generation. Right. Later, Professor Pradeep mentioned about the, or rather gave an impression that the nanotechnology and nanoscience is what is going to lead us to solve the problem on the energy storage. So in this talk, what I'm going to do is bring in the flavor of a nanoscience and nanotechnology and trying to address the small research problem we have taken up. Right? That is actually developing a new electrode material for high energy supercapacitors. Since the audience for this conference is from a petroleum institution, I don't think this slide is actually too much of information for them because they are all aware of this, that how critical the clean energy is. So still I will little bit stress upon three important aspects. One is there is a gap between the demand and the availability of the fossil fuels. And we have been using the fossil fuels for our transportation and for industrial and also for the domestic application. When we do this, what happens is that we are given an irrevocable environmental hazard or environmental damage. So just to give you an idea, if you burn 1 liter of gasoline completely into carbon dioxide, I'm not using it gasoline in an IC engine or any other stuff. I'm completely burning into carbon dioxide. When you do that, it gives you 1.5 kg of carbon dioxide, which is equivalent to 750 liters in volume. You can see what is the impact of using a petroleum product for an industry or a transportation sector. Obvious question comes. Then are we going to completely get rid of the petroleum and petroleum related products? The answer is it's not possible at all. To my limited knowledge, it is not at all possible, at least for the next 200 years. It's because petroleum and the fossil fuels is not only giving us the petrol and diesel which we require for industries or the transportation, it also gives the cooking gas, several solvents for the chemical industries. We rely upon those solvents which are coming from the petroleum refinery industries, and many others still the tars which we use for laying the road. So we cannot completely get rid of the petroleum, obviously. At the same time, we need to look for sustainable energy resources to cater the vehicle transportation and also to the large extent the industry and domestic applications. So for every question we posed, obviously nature has a solution. So nature has a plenty of sustainable energy resources such as solar, wind, hydro, biomass. But the problem is that these are all intermittent in nature, which I mean is restricted by the time and space. For example, if you look at the solar, though India is a country where we get the solar radiation almost throughout the year, night we don't get a solar radiation. So if you want to use the solar for our applications, we need to have a storage. And the same way, wind, being in Tamil Nadu, I can tell you that we get it only about 3 to 4 months in a year. The wind, for windmills to operate, and we get the electricity from the windmills. So these are all intermittent in nature, so you need a storage. And what are the storage options available? There are plenty. You can store by mechanical and etc. etc. I'll be focusing on the only electrochemical aspect because this is much more efficient than all others listed in this slide. Even in the electrochemical, I'll be only talking about the electrochemical supercapacitors. I will not be touching. Moving on, since we are on top left, is the first generation computer. You can see how big it is. And after several generations of computers, we have now laptops. Then we have a mobile phone, smartphone, smart watches, Google glasses. The smart phones, what we have now, can do much more job than what is the computer did when we launched the satellite for the first time. So you can see you are having a mobile phone which is capable of doing more applications than what the computer did during the era of first satellite launch, right? So this is what we have at the present.